Yo, what's up? So we've got a bit of a different video today, a very special one. Uh, been taking a little bit of a break from the Pokemon tier list because I wanted to do something special for today, as today, the day this video goes up, should be the 17th anniversary of Fossil Fighters releasing. Now, Fossil Fighters is a very special game to me. I love it with all of my heart. I love Fossil Fighters. I've posted videos about it before. I've tweeted about it a lot. I love this game. These two games, there's nothing else that ever came out of it. There's two games. Said I didn't get any more after that. But yeah, I love these two games to death. To death. So for the anniversary, the 17th anniversary, I wanted to do something special. So I wanted to do a Fossil Fighters tier list. Not just a Fossil Fighters tier list, I want to do several on various different aspects about the game. Obviously Vivosaurs here, I wanted to do those. Dig sites, music, characters, and maybe, if I feel like it, I'll rank the different fossil rocks that you can dig up too. But yeah, let's just go ahead and get started with Acro, based on the Acrocanthosaurus. Now, for these, the Vivosaur tier list, it's just my personal opinion on it, because I'm not very well versed on the Fossil Fighters competitive scene. It is something I would like to look into eventually, because I feel like it could probably be pretty fun. But as of right now, this is purely based on how much I like the Vivosaurs. Get their design, if I've used them before, if they're fun to use, whatever. So, that being said, starting off with Acro. I like Acro. I like Acro quite a bit. I think the design is neat. It's nothing too special, but I think B tier is reasonable for Acro. Opteryx. I was always a pretty big fan of the Vivosaurs who could change form mid-battle into another Vivosaur. And Opteryx had a really cool move where it could just randomly turn into any other Vivosaur that's a neutral type, which I always found pretty cool. Other than that, I think it's mostly utility. That's just kind of like a fun extra thing it can do, but it's a pretty unique design in the game. There's nothing else that really shares its rig at all. Pretty unique design. I think it's a really cool design. I love the Archaeopteryx. One of my favorite dinosaurs for sure. So yeah, Opteryx gets pretty high in my books. Eros. Not sure why it's... Is that supposed to be air? I think it would make it green if it was air, but okay. Eros is pretty cool. Not usually my first or even second starter choice whenever I play through champions, but it is still a very solid design. I'd probably rank it low A. I think low A is fine. Like, it's nothing too special, but I think it's still pretty cool. Electro now. Electro, I've always thought had a really cool design. That kind of hard carries it, but if I remember right, it does have some pretty cool skills too. I think it's got an Excite skill and a Poison skill, which is very cool. I always found this thing pretty fun to use. Yeah, pretty big fan of Electro. Alio, I've never really used all that much at all, and its design isn't too interesting. So I don't really have much more to say on it. I think just C tier is fine. Like, it's not like a bad design, I don't think. It's not, but it's just not something that's ever really piqued my interest at all. Allo, the Allosaurus. I like Allo pretty good amount. It's It's like the first Vivosaur I ever saw, I'm pretty sure. Champions was my first game, and of course it's the first cutscene of the game, like near the beginning. Which I thought was really cool, that cutscene. It blew my, how old was I? 6 years old? It blew my 6-year-old mind when I played that. That was so cool. I haven't really ever used an Aloe, so this is kind of just mostly on the design, ranking it this high. But yeah. I got a bit of nostalgia for Aloe just because of that opening cutscene in Champions. Amargo is cool. Amargo is cool. I think I rank it over Alio. I like the design a little more with the one day I don't remember what these are called. Spines. I don't think that's the right word for it. I can't remember. I went over this with Amora and Aurorus in the Pokemon tier list, but I can't remember what those are called. But yeah, I do like Amargo, but it's never really super stood out to me. A Nan, that's what this is called, a Nan. I mean, I'm never really a big fan of Nan. You'll probably come to find throughout this tier list that I'm a much bigger fan of the Vivosaurs that are based on dinosaurs rather than like mammals and post-Mesozoic stuff. Just because I've always been a much bigger dinosaur fan than anything else, really. There's some exceptions, but still. It's just, it's kind of just an elephant. With this, like the camo colors are cool, but other than that, it's nothing really special, in my opinion. Anato, the Anato Titan, I think, is what this is based on. I always thought his little duck bill was pretty funny. And it's got the same like rig and animations as Sintao, I think, which we'll get to later, which I always thought were funny. Like the his second skill where he tackles, the tackle is funny, and I think if I remember right, his cry is also pretty funny. This is just like a funny Vivosaur. I don't know how it is in battle or anything. I just always found it pretty funny. Andrarch, based on the Andrewsarchus, so I guess it'd be Andrarch. Last year, I played through Champions again for like the 20th time. But this time around, I wanted to get every fossil to 100 points. Everything that you can get, at least. And for the most part, the rare spawns in the dig sites didn't give me that much trouble. Except Andrarch. Andrarch was kind of a nightmare. It took forever to show up. Of course, you can only get the head, thankfully, so I'm not just gonna spend hours digging it up just to get a body. But yeah, it was kind of annoying, but I do like its design. Not sure how accurate it is to the Andrewsarchus, but still cool. I'd probably put it probably top of C. I think, yeah, top of C. And Gato, I think Gato has a really cool color scheme. I like the purplish pink with the blue there. I think that those colors mix well very nicely together, and then the like orange yellowish sail. I think it's a very nice design. I think he's got poison and excite skills. I think he's poison and excite. Like sometimes I get the Spinosaurus a little confused, but mostly the design is carrying him here. Yeah, and Gato's cool. And Kylo, this was always, I think, my brother's favorite. By extension, I also kind of like him. Not huge on him, but I mean, I just like the Ankylosaurus, honestly. The Ankylosaurus is a very cool dinosaur. Okay, but I think just over Aloe. yeah, big fan of Kylo, and here we go. This is my boy, the Anomalocaris. First S tier, easy. I don't even need to think about it. I went over this in the Gen 3 Pokemon tier list video with Anorith and Armaldo. The Anomalocaris is my absolute favorite animal to have ever existed on this planet. It is so awesome. And while I think I prefer like Pokemon's Anomalocaris design with Anorith, I do still think Anomalo is very cool. I'm a big fan of Anomalo. I do wish it was better, because I have seen a tier list. I don't remember how old it is for competitive fossil fighters, and I remember him being right at the bottom, which made me sad. But I still love him. No one could ever make me hate Anomalo. Love Anomalo to death. Pato. Yeah, this is a Pato. Pato, I think, has a really cool design, where it's got, you can't really see it here, but it's got the head there, and then all the way on the back of its tail, it's also got eyes on it. I believe, I might be wrong, I believe that might be based on the old theory from paleontology that sauropods had, brains in their tails, something like that, or it might be based on, I think that might have been Stegosaurus, not sauropods, or it might also be based on when people would get the head and tail switched up when they were putting the skeletons together. I think it's based on one of those. I can't remember for sure, but either way, I think it's a cool aspect of the design. And in battle, I don't really remember how a Pato is. I think I used it at some point, like 8 or 9 years ago against some NPCs or whatever, but yeah, I can't really remember anything about it, so about there is where it goes. Archaeo, I think that's his name, how do you pronounce it? Archaeo? Yeah, it's probably right here, I think above Anan. But I'm not a huge fan of this genre of Vivosaur. What I mean by that is this was introduced in Champions, so you cannot find it in the first game. And yet it's a rare spawn, I believe, in Ice Grip Plateau. I might be remembering that wrong, which means you can only find its head there. So if you want a full skeleton, a full body, arms and legs and everything of Archaeo, you have to spend however long it takes going back and forth in the seafloor cavern, about like halfway through the story, until you get his full skeleton, because that's the only other place that he spawns. There's a few other Vivosaurs that are like that, but I believe he's the only one that is new to Champions that spawns there. Yeah, it's ridiculous. I don't really know what they're thinking with that. But yeah, I mean, even in battle, Archaeo, I can't even remember. I think it has the lowest FP skill in the game, but there might be something lower than it with his first skill that he gets, the most basic one. That's like the only notable thing I can remember about Archaeo, so... moving on. Argento. The Argentinosaurus. Now, this is, like Archaeo, a rare spawn in the Dusty Dunes. I remember that for sure. Rare spawn in the Dusty Dunes, new to Champion, so you can't get its fossils in the first game. However, I have good memories with Argento. First of all, its design I think is really cool. With the mountains on its back, like that is, oh, that's so cool. I remember as a kid, for years and years, I would go onto the old Fossil Fighters website to look at all the Vivosaurs, see the ones I didn't have. Argento being one of them, And I remember on the website it would tell you there's a lot of things wrong. I think it called Hot Spring Heights Hot Stuff Bluff, which was just not true. And a lot of the times the locations for where to find those fossils was also just wrong. Argento might have been one of those. I think it might have said it was at Mount Krakenak, but I can't really remember 100%. I might be getting it confused with something later on, but Argento I remember looking for ages and ages and ages. Because as a kid, I had no idea what rare spawns were. If there was a wiki back then, I sure didn't know it existed. So at one point I resorted to YouTube videos, and I found one that went over where to get Argento. And after like 20 minutes of following what that guy did in the video, I actually found it, and that was like a magical moment for me back then. That was crazy. It actually blew my mind that there was just you could go through these dig sites tens, 20s, hundreds of times and just randomly come across a new fossil. And that kind of drove me insane with some of these other things for a little bit. But Argento was like the first rare Vivosaur that I found that I actually knew was rare, because I'm pretty sure I came across like Andrarch and some of these other ones. Anyways, Argento. Yeah, I'm a fan of Argento. I think I'd even put on above Eros. I do like him. Brontoth, the Brontotherium. It's probably down here. I think between these two. Not huge on it at all. And here we go, Berta. This one is Berta. No, Berto was right next to it. There's Berta. Berta, I think, will be the first F tier. Because even as a kid, and this even continued nowadays, Berta was annoying as all hell. I remember just constantly being annoyed by this thing, by that one battle with Pauline, where she's like possessed by the mask or whatever. Yeah, I just remember this thing being super annoying, so that's kind of like permanently tainted my opinion of it. And its design isn't really super interesting either, so yeah. Moving on, Berto is pretty cool. It's based on the Albertosaurus. I do like its design. I think the like rocky texture on his back and like pink. I think the design is a pretty good contrast. I think just above Eros is fine. Oh my god, there's a lot more than I thought there was going to be. Brachio. This is the first member of my very first ever Fossil Fighters team. Brachio was on it. There was only 3 Vivosaurs, and Brachio was one of them. All 3 of those have a very special place in my heart. We're going to get to the other ones much later on. But Brachio, forever, I'll always love Brachio. Just got a lot of nostalgia for it. The design is also cool, but yeah. Bream, I think, has a really cool design and a pretty cool like playstyle too. Like its whole thing is it's a vampire. It's got like, you can't really see it here, but it's got like little vampire teeth at the front of its snout there, which is pretty cool. Always a big fan of the raptor. Oh, the raptor type Vivosaurs, and Bream is one of them. But his whole thing is just stealing FP from the opponent. And I think it has one that can steal, has life steal too. But yeah, I'm a big fan of Bream's design and playstyle, so that puts him pretty high up here. I'm forgetting this thing's name. Okay, I'm back after looking at the names for these Vivosaurs. I know it's a bad sign that I forgot its name, but trust me, I don't think it's that bad. I'm realizing this is Brontoth, this is Arsith. So yeah, the fact that I couldn't even remember that thing's name, that's probably not a great sign for Arsith. But Brontoth, this is Brontoth, the Brontotherium. My opinion of it is kind of completely carried by the design, because they're like blue with the like electrical white lines going throughout it is really, really cool, especially compared to the Arsith. This thing's entirely carried by the design, so putting it up here. Kamara, I think, has a pretty cool design, and it's also got a pretty cool skill called Fickle Goddess that I believe just randomly applies a buff to any Pokemon, not Pokemon, any Vivosaur you use it on. I remember having a lot of fun using Kamara. I'd probably put it bottom of B tier, I think. Here we go, Karkar. Now, I've never used Karkar myself, but this thing's design is so cool that it can entirely carry it like all the way up here. Like the Carcharodontosaurus, what it's based on, was found, I'm pretty sure, in Egypt. If not in Egypt, at least close to it. So then giving it this like Egyptian-based pharaoh design is so cool. Now, it would be a real shame if there was like another installment in the Fossil Fighter series that were to remove any interesting aspect of its design, but thankfully there isn't. So this design just gets to stand on its own, really stand out. Just super, super cool design. I love Karkar. Carno is pretty cool. I remember using it in the first game on a team. It was like the worst team of all time, but Carno was kind of a saving grace for it. Being able to push things back into the SZ, or no, the EZ. That's what it's called in that game. The EZ was very helpful. If it didn't work 100% of the time, but still very, very nice. I do like Carno. This is also, I think, maybe my first exposure to the Carnotaurus, which is definitely one of my favorite dinosaurs nowadays. But yeah, big fan of Carno. Centro. Oh boy. Centro is kind of, if you took Xeno, which we'll get to all the way down here, but you removed any of the iconicity. Like, Xeno is the inaccurate but always critical hit guy. Sorry, Centro, you're no Xeno. You're no Xeno. CeeLo. I like the colors on this guy, but other than that, it's okay, but yeah, not huge on it. I do like the colors, though. I think just bottom of B tier. I remember there was an NPC in Fossil Fighters Champions who wanted you to battle him with a team of CeeLo, Peloro, and something else that I can't remember. But yeah, that's like the only interesting thing I remember about CeeLo. I don't remember. I think they might have even had a team skill together. I don't remember what the logic on that was, the connection between them all. I might be misremembering, but I'm not sure. Anyways, Cerato, the Ceratosaurus. It's okay. Not huge on it. I do wish it kind of had more going on with the horn that Ceratosaurus is known for. And the design isn't super, super interesting. I do like the blue and orange, though. Like, I like CeeLo, so I'll just put them right next to each other. Ceros, the Megaloceros. This is a very unique Vivosaur in this game. In Champions. I think this is the first giant fossil rock Vivosaur, which is cool. I've always thought Steros had a pretty cool design. Probably just below Acro. Steros is neat. Chasmo, the Chasmosaurus. I've always thought the little like spiral circle thing going on behind the frill was really cool. Unfortunately, that's about the only thing I can remember interesting about Chasmo. But I think bottom of V is fine. Kyrus. Yes, this is based on the Dino Kyrus. Just had to make sure. I get we did not know a lot about the Dino Kyrus back then when they first came out, when Fossil Fire first came out in 2008, unless I'm mistaken. But yeah, this is out of everything in the game, in both games. This Fossil Fires isn't known for its accuracy with the dinosaurs, but Kyrus is a whole other level. I can't really blame him for it. But yeah, I think he's a funny little guy, if nothing else. Yeah, Kyrus is fine. Cheelin, I always pronounced it Cheelin, but that was when I was 6 years old, and I never just tried to pronounce it any other way. It's based on the Archelon, but Kalon barely sounds like a name, so I'm just gonna stick with Cheelin. Another very unique Vivosaur. I believe this isn't a giant fossil rock. This is just regular. I think this has a really cool design with like a map on its back. Big turtle, very unique. Yeah, I'd put it up here. I'm a fan of Cheelin. Quatlus, I think Quatlus might be another S tier. It's based on the Quetzalcoatlus, which is such a ridiculous and cool pterosaur. However big you might think the Quetzalcoatlus was, it's probably bigger. This thing was massive, and I've always been a big fan of it for that. Yeah, I'd probably put it up here. It's probably near the bottom, but still, I'm a very big fan of Quatlus, and I think it's pretty fun to use too with the enrage skill, the very cheap enrage skill. I think Quatlus is pretty fun to use. Coelacanth, based on the Coelacanth. I think this is the only Vivosaur that still exists today, because the Coelacanth is still around today. So that's pretty cool. I think it's just a really cool Vivosaur in general. I remember as a kid, I would always just go through every Vivosaur and look at their attacks and stuff. And Coelacanth was one of the coolest ones for sure. This thing just always looked so much fun to use. Even though I haven't really got much around to doing it myself, I think next time I play through the game, I'll probably try to use one. But Coelacanth is just a very cool Vivosaur. Compso, it's the GOAT. I gotta put him up here. And he's not quite as good in Champions, but in the first game, Compso is so ridiculous because anything in the AZ on the enemy's team just gets like completely crippled. It can't do anything, and I find that really funny that this little Compsognathus guy does all of that. So definitely up here. I like his design too. Cryo. Now this is what would happen if you took Electro and I think improved it even more. I'm a huge fan of Cryo. The 100% Excite skill as its first skill was cool, really cool. And then followed by the 100% Badly or badly poisoned? I can't remember what the name for it is. 100% poison skill for his third one. Also really cool. It's just really good for like disrupting the enemy. Even if Excite isn't like the most reliable status effect, at least in Champions, I still think it's very cool. Dacarus, I think that's how you pronounce it. Dacarus, however you say. I'm gonna stick with Dacarus because it sounds cooler. This thing is also, I think, pretty cool and fun to use. It's just got like a bunch of different poison moves. And from my knowledge, I think this thing is also apparently really good in competitive. Might be mistaken on that, but I think that's pretty cool. I like this thing's color scheme as well. I'd probably put it, yeah, just above Birdo, between Sealanth. Despleto. I always liked Despleto as a kid. Never super grown on me at all. I'd probably put it just below Engato. But yeah, I think Despleto's neat. Delta, not huge on, if I'm being honest. It has FP+, which is a cool skill. But other than that, I'm not really sure what else it does. I'll put it at the top of C tier because I like the design, but other than that, I'm not huge on it. Desmo, the first of the Ammonites. Desmo is neat. Never been huge on the Ammonites, but I think they're cool. I'd probably put them from bottom of B. Dikello. Now the Trilobites I'm even less big on. Dikello is probably like my least favorite out of them all. It's not quite got that that exclusivity, the rarity of the other two that made them interesting. Like you can find Dikello all over the place in Dusty Dunes. So I'd probably put him here. I don't hate him, but I'm just not a huge fan. Dilopho is pretty cool. I like the color scheme. I like the design, even if the frills from Jurassic Park are not accurate at all. I think it's a cool little thing to pay homage to. Definitely above those two. Probably just below Acro. I do like Dilopho. Dimetro. This is usually my second choice for starter. I think Dimetro is pretty cool. He's got a lot of cool skills. I especially like the second one where he does like spins and slices things with his sail. Always found that really cool. So yeah, up there is fine. Dimorph. Always really liked the Dimorphodon. One of my favorite pterosaurs. And Fossil Fighters, I'm not huge on it, but I do find it pretty cool still. I think top of B. Actually, no, put an A just above Pato. Dunkel. I think this is the first one to have a one-hit KO skill with Dunkel down, which is a funny name. This thing's name is really funny. This is based on the Dunkleosteus, and I think this design has actually only gotten more accurate over time, surprisingly, because of the recent, I say recent, I think it was last year or the year before, the shrinking of the Dunkleosteus. Which is interesting. It's interesting that it just got more accurate over time. But I think Dunkleosteus is cool. These two fish, always been a big fan of. I think I put just below Birdo. E-Raptor. This thing, much like Argento, there's a core memory with this thing when I first found it. It was while we were on a road trip or a vacation or something, and I brought my DS with me. And I remember hearing somewhere that you could find it in the Barebones Grotto in Rainbow Canyon. And I don't know why I decided that one was correct, because I'd checked and gone to so many other dig sites looking for it after seeing it on the website. But yeah, this thing took forever to find, but I was so happy when I did, because I love this thing's design. Old Man Raptor, because it's based on the Eoraptor, which is from the Triassic period, the oldest of the Mesozoic period, one of the first dinosaurs, so it's got like an old man design. Just very cool. Very, very cool Vivosaur. I think I put there. It also has the E-Infection skill. I think that might be the name of it. I can't remember for sure. Which is basically just an insta-kill, but in 3 turns after you use it on something. But it is guaranteed to hit. It doesn't have like low accuracy or anything. So I think that's pretty cool. I think it doesn't have low accuracy. I might be wrong though. It might. Either way, it goes there. Big fan of E-Raptor. Edapho. It's kind of Dimetrodon's less cool cousin. It's cute. I'll give it that. It is pretty cute. But other than that, I've never really used this thing, because usually I just have a better air type by that point in the game, by the time you get to Petrified Woods. I think I'll put it above Chasmo, because I do like the Synapsid. I think those are Synapsids. I might be wrong. Yeah, they're cool. Einio. Kind of a lame Ceratopsy, I'm not gonna lie. Never been huge on it. I think it's just at the bottom of C tier. Below Alio. It just never really piqued my interest or anything. Elasmo is probably my least favorite of the Plesiosaurs, but I do still like it. I think it's still pretty cool. I think I'd put it just below Ceros. I do like Elasmo. Mostly the color scheme I really like. You'll find a lot of these. I just like their color schemes a lot. Yeah, Elasmo is nice. Elasmoth. I couldn't remember this thing's name. I thought it was Elas something, but I didn't think it was that similar to Elasmo. Elasmoth. I think I put it in between Brontoth and Arsith. I think just above. I think just below Brontoth is fine. Never really been huge on Elasmoth. Epidex is neat. I really like this thing's design, but I've never really used it to know how it is in battle. So yeah, mostly carried by the design. I think just between Edapho and Chasmo. F-Raptor has a pretty cool design. I think it might be based on a samurai. I can't remember. This is one of the Japanese Vivosaurs. So they all have some kind of Japanese inspired design. And I don't really know exactly what F-Raptors is, but I think F-Raptor is cool. I'd probably put it just below Dilopho. He's neat. Futabi, one of the other Japanese ones. I like Futabi quite a bit more. I like the like sea serpent-ish design here, like the very like Eastern dragon-ish kind of aesthetic going on. Pretty big fan. I think top of B tier. It's fine. Futabi is cool. Godry. It's kind of like a sleepy old man, which is kind of funny. I think I'll put it just above Desmo. Still not like huge on it, but I think it's a funny little design. Giganto, the Giganotosaurus. I'd probably put it right next to Despleto. I got about the same feelings towards both of them. I think I'll put Giganto just below. I think I like Despleto's design a little more. But yeah, Giganto is definitely cool. Gomp. Gomp is it's about the same situation as Anan, but Gomp it's got a worse design. And I don't think it's got nearly as interesting of a design, but it has one of the best move names with Gomp Romp. It's got Gomp Stomp, and hang on, this guy's got something else too. Let me check. Okay, it's just Gomp Romp and Gomp Stomp, and in the middle you've got Gomp Combo. It's hard to say. I think it's like I think I would still put it below Anan because even with the funny names. Its design is just kind of really boring. Even as a kid, I always thought this thing was boring. Gorgosaurus is what this is based on. Gorgo. I mean, it's probably like top of C tier, I'd say. It's not super interesting, but it's okay. It's okay. Goyle, the king of the early game in both games. I'd probably also put him right here. Goyle. What to say about Goyle? It's decent. I think below between Centro and Antwerp. Goyo. So bit of a story with this one. This, I believe, was the last ever Vivosaur that I collected in Fossil Fighters Champions after, I believe it was 6 years after I got the game. I finally collected all the Vivosaurs because I figured out that the wiki exists and I could go and see like the different areas that you could find the fossils. I don't think I realized for a long time that every like area in a dig site was also split up into smaller sections that had their own fossil spawns. I don't think I knew that I know I didn't know that until I went to the wiki to look at it, and lo and behold, that's how I found Goyo after 6 years. Yeah, Goyo. I got a bit of an attachment to him because of that. I'd probably put him about here. I mean, otherwise it's not too interesting, but I'd definitely put him there. Guan. So all my stories so far about looking for these things in-game. Goyo, Androarch, Smilo, whatever else, Argento. Guan was the main one that haunted me for so long. I always remembered seeing that Guan had an ability where it could turn into a T-Rex, and I thought that was really cool because it also had one of the best support effects, giving like a 90% boost to your Vivosaur's attack in the AZ. And I just also love this design. I was just really loving Guan, but I could never, for the life of me, find it. I went through probably every dig site known to man 30 times over looking for this thing. Eventually, I just gave up and transferred in a Guan head from the first game, where it is much easier to find, albeit still annoying, but much easier to find. And it still wasn't until like a while after I had like finished the entire collection of Vivosaurs in Fossil Fighters Champions until I got Guan. Until I found him in Dusty Dunes. I think it was on like a secondary playthrough. Not secondary, but a later playthrough where I finally found it. Yeah. That being said, I still love Guan, and he's going right up here. Still a huge fan of him. I just think he's so much fun to use. And that whole story, that whole long, arduous journey to find this thing, give it a special place in my heart. I love Guan. Guerra. Yeah, I mean, it sure does exist. I don't hate it, but it's not particularly interesting. Put it there. Actually, below Android. Hoplo. Also probably C tier, not super interesting. I think below Android. I keep messing up the name. Think above Dikello at least. Hopter. Yeah. Hipsy. Hipsy is a little guy. Iguanodon. I always loved Iguanodon, and it was like a decent Iguanodon, I think. I feel like they could have done with like a little more detail around its body, but it's still pretty good. I'd probably put it above Apato. Jara, I'm a big fan of Jara. I think near the top of A tier for sure. I always found this thing really fun to use, and trying to gamble for that like 10 or 20% sleep chance with its first skill was always really fun. It's also just got like a bunch of really fun skills. You can steal FP, you can kind of become a nuke with his last skill, depending on how much HP you have left. That was always really fun to gamble with. Not gamble, but to like a last resort thing. Yeah. Jara's cool. Jiango. It's kind of got the same like color scheme as Brontoth, but without the like more electrical design thing going on throughout it. I think bottom of C tier. Jiango's never really been super interesting to me. Kentro, however, is pretty cool. I like the color scheme of green and orange. That's one of my favorite color schemes. That does kind of hard carry it, but I think right there is reasonable. There's just a lot of, oh my god, there's 7 air Vivosaurs in a row here. That's not even like intentional, I guess. Huh. Yeah, I mean, I guess I feel the same way about a lot of air Vivosaurs. Corona. So, this is based on the Kronosaurus. Pliosaur, I believe, found around Australia. So yeah, he has a bunch of Roman numerals going throughout his body, and it's got those Roman numerals on its body because its genus name, the Kronosaurus, means time lizard. And I love it when they implement like special little details and designs like that. That always makes me appreciate it a lot more. And I think it's very hazy because my first playthrough of Fossil Fighters, the first game, I can only really remember 2 team members that I use. I think one of them might have been Krona, because I do distinctly remember using this in the first game, but whether or not it was on the main team or not, I cannot remember. But I've always had a soft spot for Krona. I like its design, I like its animation, it's very cool. Crypto's got a cool design. And like E-Raptor, its third skill has like an infection move that's like 100% chance to kill in 3 turns. Which is pretty cool. I used to be like a much bigger fan of it, but nowadays I'd probably put it like below Chilin. I think Crypto's cool. Lagia, really not huge on. Epidex, I liked a little more because of the design and the color scheme. Lagia, I'd probably put down here somewhere. It's not too interesting of a design. I think this thing has a very punchable face. I don't know how to explain it, but yeah. Lambio. Lambio is cool. Its color scheme is kind of a little wild, but it's cool. Not huge on it. Probably put it I think above Casmo, but it's cool. It's cool. Lexo, I think is this thing's name. Lexo. I distinctly remember being very annoyed by this in the first game. I think Snivels has one in one of his battles. I might be misremembering, don't quote me. And I remember it constantly putting me to sleep with stone spines. I even remember the name of the move. That's how you know it's bad, actually. Yeah, no, down here. I very vividly remember being very annoyed by that thing. M-Raptor. Never really used M-Raptor before, but the big thing, I love this thing's color scheme and design. This is actually one of my favorite designs in the series, and this is like my favorite color scheme of all time. Like orange, green, red, white. So good. I think I put it just above Bream, and entirely carried by the design. Machai. I don't know how you're supposed to say this thing. It's like not a saber-toothed tiger. Maya. I think this is the first Vivosaur mainly focused on healing that we've had so far. Maya is cool. I think Maya's cool. Probably put it like, I think maybe bottom B. No, I think just below Gorgo. I think Maya's neat. Oh wait, I just realized. So you got like musical notes on its body. I don't think I've ever really looked at Maya's design very much. Hang on. Yeah, I don't think I ever really paid much attention to Maya because I'm just now realizing it's got like a whole musical motif on its design. Yeah, that definitely boosts it a bit. I think that's really cool. Mammoth, the Mammoth. None of these fraudulent Anan or Gomp or nothing like that. Just Mammoth. Very cool. It's a classic, an absolute classic Vivosaur. It's because I mean it's the woolly mammoth. It's like this is like the T-Rex of the post-dinosaur world, the Cenozoic, I think is what it's called. I'd probably put it just below Engato. Mammoth is very cool. Mappo. Like the only interesting thing I think about Mappo is that like it's like the signature Vivosaur of Rupert. But other than that, it's like over here. I really like its silver fossil variants. I remember thinking all their designs and colors were really cool as a kid. But other than that, not super interesting. I might put it above Cerato at least. Megalo. This is my guy, man. I love Megalo. Based on the Megalosaurus, the first dinosaur ever discovered. His design is so goofy, but I love it. Just a blank, unblinking, unfeeling stare. I think his design is really funny, and that kind of carries it a little bit. Here, I remember using one in the first game, and having a bit of fun using it. So I think about there. Megath, the Megatherium. Big sloth guy. Definitely a fan of this. Very unique Vivosaur. I'd probably put it above Ceros. I like this whole sloth thing more than just like a deer. I'd probably put it above F-Raptor actually. Yeah. Menchi, the Mamenchisaurus. Pretty cool. Although thinking about it, the Fossil Fighter's way of doing the sauropods doesn't really work for Mamenchisaurus. Because that thing is very much meant to be like vertically standing up. So, I mean, a lot of these are, if we're being honest, all of the sauropods are. But with Mamenchisaurus, it feels a little bit more of an impact on the design. I do really like the whole wrecking ball thing on like the end of its tail. That's pretty cool. This is like the first fire type Vivosaur you get in Champions if you don't choose Demetro as your starter. That's what I always associate Menchie with, at least. The thing you keep on your team until you find a better fire type. But yeah, I think right there is fair. Metria, the Metriacanthosaurus. I'd probably put it like right here. I'm not huge on it. I don't know where they got a sail from. I can't remember. I don't think Metriacanthosaurus has a sail. It's got its face is like very shaped. Yeah, I'll put it there. And then Metri, the weird pig thing. I don't really know how to feel about Metri. I remember trying to get 100 points on this thing's fossil was a pain. But then so were most giant fossil rocks. But, I mean, like, I'd probably put it, like, down here. I've just never really vibed much with this design. Mihu, this is the last Japanese Vivosaur. And I think, unfortunately, I do think it is the coolest. I say unfortunately, because I don't think this is a real dinosaur. The Mihusaurus, I think, is what it was supposed to be based on. Yeah, I think it either isn't a real dinosaur anymore, or they just like made it up. I can't remember. Let me see. Okay, so looking into it a bit more, yeah, I think they just like completely made Mihu up. It's supposedly based on the Mihu Nekisaurus, which is just not a real thing. But I can't help it, dude. The design is so cool, and the silver fossil variants in Champions elevate it even further. It's so cool. Nasaur, I feel about the same as it towards Hipsy. Like it's okay. Neo. Very cool color scheme. I really like the weird whatever that is on his head, and then like a weird sail thing on his back. I have no idea what dinosaur this is based on, but if it looks anything like this, I'll probably be a pretty big fan of it, because I think Neo is just very cool looking. This one is apparently like one of the best Vivosaurs in the game, to my knowledge, which surprises me because as a kid I always thought this thing sucks. I'd probably put it down here. I'm just not really huge on this one. Nippono. Yeah, I really paid much attention to this one either. Between Metri and Boyle. Nodo, kind of the same deal. Think of there, I think just above Goyle, because I like Nodosaurus a lot more. Nycus, the Deinonychus. Yeah, this is a kind of a strange design. I like it, but that's mostly because I've used it before. I think it's kind of fun to use. Design-wise, this thing really is not great. Definitely nerfs it a little bit, quite a bit actually. I think bottom of B tier is fine for Nycus. Yeah, looking at it, man, I really don't like that thing's design, especially compared to a lot of the other Dromaeosaur designs in this game. Nycto. Nycto is cool. Nyctosaurus. Pretty cool looking pterosaur with a big crest on its head. I think that's what that's called, a crest. I'd probably put him of Menchie. O-Raptor, the Oviraptor. This is a very funny Vivosaur. For reasons we'll get into later. But just know that it's I think above F-Raptor is fine. O-Raptor is fine. Aloro. This guy, just like Berta, even as a kid, I remember this thing annoying the hell out of me. I don't remember exactly what it was for, but it's probably something really stupid, but I'm holding that grudge. I've held that grudge forever, and I will continue to hold that grudge. He's right there. Onyx. This might be the first Vivosaur with this ability. There might have already been one, I can't remember, Elemental Boost. It just boosts the damage it can do to other fire types, but also boosts the damage that air types can do to it. Just like, it's kind of like adaptability in Pokemon, kind of try to think about it like that. But only against super effective hits, and super effective hits on you also get boosted. I think it's an interesting ability and very fun. But I'd probably put it up here somewhere. I really like the Baryonyx. One of my favorite dinosaurs, probably. Probably about there. I like its design too. Its design is really cool. Thinking about it, I think Dunkel and Sealanth might also have elemental boost, but I might be mistaken. Orno, here we are. Orno. My only real memory with this thing was back when I first played through the first game, and I had to look up a guide on how to beat Dynel, the Dynel rematch in the post-game, because I was really struggling. I remember there was some kind of strategy that involved Orno. Can't remember exactly what it was. I remember doing that, and then thinking Orno was some, like, great Vivosaur that could do anything, and then I never used it ever again. But it got a little bit of an attachment to it because of that little story, but other than that, don't really care for it. Arano. Aranosaurus. I really like this guy. I think his like idle animation is really fun. I like the ones with that kind of idle animation. The ones that don't annoy me, at least. Arano is cool. Aranosaurus is just a pretty cool dinosaur in general. Like there. Pachyrhino, based on the Pachyrhinosaurus. Now, I think this thing does have a very cool design. I like the like camo army kind of aesthetic going on here with the design. However, it kind of missed like the big thing with the Pachyrhinosaurus, being that it doesn't have any horns, even though it's a ceratopsid. I feel like that was kind of a pretty big oversight, but the design is still cool, so I'll put it up here. I think below Epidex. Pachycephalosaurus. A classic dinosaur, and from what I remember, this thing is pretty good in game. I think its design is neat. Probably put it like just above Apado up here. I remember really liking Pachy. Pachyrho. This is Maya, but with a much less interesting design. I'll put it above Metria, at least. This one, which I'm not entirely sure I can say the name of, it's based on the Pachycetus, old relative of whales, old mammal that eventually went into the water and over time adapted into whales, what we know today, whales, cetaceans. So it's got a very, very aquatic design, still like very clearly a mammal. It's very clearly like, I won't say it's like a dog, but it's very much like a quadrupedal mammal. You can very easily see that. But it's also got like a whale fluke tail at the end of it to reference it turning into whales eventually. And I think that's a really, really cool aspect of the design. I'd probably put it just below O-Raptor. Paraloft, the Paralophosaurus. Also pretty cool. I remember really liking this thing. I remember using it a lot back in the day. Probably my favorite Hadrosaur so far. I would definitely put it above Igua. I think below Chilin is fine. I do quite like Paraloft. Oh, the last Ammonite. Parapoo, that's what it is. Parapoo. I think I put it in the middle of these other two. Not like huge on it, but I remember being really annoyed by Rockin' Billy back when I first played the game. I remember that thing really getting on my nerves with Bewilder Beam. Yeah, I do think it's a cool design still. Parium. I mentioned before, Kyrus might have been the most inaccurate design, but Parium will probably be pretty close. This is supposed to be based on the Paraceratherium, which, it definitely wasn't a horse. I think it was a closer relative of rhinos, if I remember right. So that's something. Parium does have, I remember, a very cool attack animation where it just smites something with lightning, which is crazy, just a horse doing that. But yeah, I do still like it. I think this thing also does have elemental boost, that ability I mentioned earlier. I do remember liking using this thing. I remember using it against Rupert to train for battle points. Yeah, Parium's cool. Peloro. Peloro is neat. It's kind of a rare case where there's like a Vivosaur that has lower accuracy, but not quite on the levels of Centro or Xeno. Like, it misses quite a bit, but it's not nearly as bad as those, and it does still hit pretty hard. I think Peloro is cool. I think about there is fine. Actually, I put it above Menchie. Yeah, up there. Pelta. Not super interesting, if I'm being honest. This is based on the Sora Pelta. I do really like the Sora Pelta. Put it above Nodo, at least. Probably put it above Metria. Yeah, about there is fine. Pendum? I forget what this thing is based on. It's very unique. I'll give it that, it's a very unique design. Just not something I ever really dedicated much of my attention towards. Mainly, a big reason being part of where you get it in the game, because there's like a pay-to-dig site unlocked in Treasure Lake, like halfway through the game, and it's pretty easy to miss. And Pendum, yeah, I'm just this never interested me all that much. Penta. This is based on the Pentaceratops, which is my favorite Ceratopsian. And I really like this thing's design in game. You'd think they would have put it in Rainbow Canyon, thinking about it, because it's got rainbows across its entire design. Kind of surprised they didn't do that, but yeah, Penta is very cool. So I could put it right there. Perso, also a very cool design, especially for a sauropod. It's kind of like Argento, where they decided to like do something interesting with its back. This one's got like a whole city on its back, which is very cool. I don't know if I like it more or less than Argento. It's hard to say. I think I got more personal attachment to Argento because of the whole story of actually finding it. But Perso is still very cool. I think just below Paraloft is fine. Plesio. I always remember loving Plesio. It's got like a dog collar on its neck. It's just like a big water puppy. basically. The design is cool, like the dark blue and then fading to white blue on the underbelly with all the white speckles throughout it. Very cool, very cool design. Proto, the Protoceratops. Much like I mentioned with Guan and Optrix, always find it really cool whenever something can turn into another Vivosaur. And Proto is one of those. It can turn into Tricera. Yeah, I always remember really liking Proto. Although I do remember its fossils being kind of a bit of a pain to clean. I will say that. I'll put it below Igua. Terra, absolute classic. You cannot go wrong with the Pteranodon. Pteranodon's one of my favorite pterosaurs for sure. I really like Pteranodon, Quetzalcoatlus, Dimorphodon. Big fan of all of those. And Terra, I'd say about there. Yeah, about there's fine. Radox. This thing does have a cool design. It's not super interesting or anything. However, this thing has the single worst, most annoying fossil in the entire game to clean. And I don't know why. There wasn't even really anything super special about it. It was just like a basic curious fossil rock. But for some reason, this took me like 2 hours to finally get a 100% on, 100 points on. I don't know what about the fossil was so difficult. But yeah, that's like kind of permanently ruined my opinion of it. It's like down there. Raja, however you're supposed to say this. It's like, yeah, it's like low B tier, I think. Definitely above Peck Rhino. Yeah, actually above Peck Rhino. That's fine. I think that's about accurate to how I feel. I like the color scheme, like the brown and the red and the white. I guess a pretty nice color scheme, and I mean the design itself isn't super interesting, but it's all right. S-Raptor. This guy I do distinctly remember using on my first Fossil Fighters team on the first game. Do distinctly remember using this guy. I think his design is really cool. The red with black stripes and then the golden teeth. So cool. So cool. Big fan of him. Big fan of this guy. I think just below E-Raptor, but yeah. Sychin, however you pronounce this. Yeah, I like the color scheme, but other than that, it's not super interesting. This is, like I mentioned before, Guan gives a 90% boost to any ally's attack stat in the AZ. Sychin does the same, but for defense, and to my knowledge, this is one of the best Vivosaurs in the game, competitive-wise. So that's interesting. This is in my opinion, is mainly carried by the color scheme, which I really like. Let's put it there. Salto. Yeah, Salto's alright. I think I'll put it above Tyrus. Sidon, based on the Sora Poseidon, so obviously this has got a very Poseidon-inspired design with like a whole trident on its head, and it looks like a ocean waves on its back. Just through its whole body, it looks like an ocean wave, and that's very cool. Very hard carried by its design. I'd put it, I think, just below Perium. Yeah, that's why Sidon is cool. I keep trying to say Sora Poseidon, trying to say Poseidon. Seismo. Even as a kid, I remember this thing just having a very lame design. Not very interesting at all. I think there is probably the lowest sauropod. Shan Shan. This is another one which I don't think exists anymore. I don't think this is really considered a real dinosaur. I think it was a juvenile Tarbosaurus, if I remember right, which is why it gets the an ability that lets it turn into a Tarbosaurus. So that's pretty cool. There's a big contrast with this guy, because in the first game, it's the second Vivosaur ever you get in the entire game. But in Champions, it's one of the rare spawns, so it's very, very difficult to find. This is another one of those I distinctly remember looking for forever. Of course, not nearly as much or as long as Guan. But I remember eventually being able to finally find one and being very relieved, because I always really liked this guy. I think... Hello, Chilin. Shoni. This is another one I remember using on my first ever playthrough team of the first game. I think up here it's based on the Shonisaurus, which is cool. I think it has elemental boost, which is very cool. Yeah, Shoni, I'm a big fan of Shoni. I think right there, I've got like a very soft spot in my heart for Shoni. Just a very cool design. Shuno, that's what this is called, Shuno. It's alright. Probably put it near the top of C tier. I think it's decent. It's decent. Siamo. Red and blue is a cool color scheme. But other than that, I just can't really think of much interesting to say about them. I think above Salto is fine. Smilo, this is the one that I spent forever for looking for in Hot Spring Heights. But it'll be saved more than Androarch because it's based on the Smilodon, aka the saber-toothed tiger, the one that pretty much everyone always thinks of when they think of saber-toothed tiger. That is Smilo. It's kind of like the mammoth. It's hard to dunk it a whole lot because it is such an iconic creature. I wish it wasn't a rare spawn though. I do wish, because like it just feels wrong making the saber-toothed tiger be rare. Below Mapu, above Cerato, or Mappo. Sorry, Mappo. Sopteryx. Sopteryx is a really interesting little guy. It's got a skill that has a 100% confuse rate, and it's like the worst version of confuse, which lets the Pokemon hit themselves, hit their teammates, stuff like that. Which is it's fun to use. I'll say that it's very fun to use. I do like its design too, but mostly gameplay wise is what I'm thinking of here. It's the man himself, John Fossil Fighters. It's Spinax. It's Spinax. It's straight up to S tier. Above the best Vivosaur so far, without a doubt. I do love Brachio and I do love Anomalo. It's close. It's close between these three, but Spinax definitely the peakest to peak. Like, even though the first game wasn't my first game, I started with Champions, started with the second game, then played the first game later. Yeah, even I know how awesome Spinax is. It's just so cool. The GOAT. He's the GOAT. Spino. Oh, dude, Spino. I really love this thing's design in this game. I love the colors on it. I think it's really fun to use. I do wish it was easier to get in Champions, though. I can't remember where you find it in the first game. I think it might be Cold Feet Glacier, but I might be mistaken. But yeah, it being locked to donation points in Champions is kind of annoying. But I do still like it. Put it just below Penta. Oh my god, and then Stego? Stego's right up here too. Not quite as high as like the other iconic ones. I think I'll put it above Birdo. Stego's just so cool. Cool design, cool color scheme. Hard to go wrong with the Stegosaurus. And then we go to Stiggy, based on the Stiggy Moloch. It's like not quite the iconicity of Pachycephalosaurus. So, yeah, I'll probably put it in C tier somewhere. Pretty high C tier, I don't hate it. I think below Pendum is fine. Styraco. This thing's design is wacky. Very, very wacky design. I love all the different patterns on it. Very cool. I think I like it more than Casmo. I think I put it just above Casmo. Both kind of carried by their design, but Styraco's a bit more interesting. Suko, based on the Suchomimus. I think this is a very cool design and very unique too, because I don't think any other Vivosaur has like the slit eye that Suko has. And then I can remember at least. Although one thing about Suko that they kind of got wrong, the Suchomimus notably does not have a sail, and yet Suko here does. It's not really a big deal. I don't really play falsifiers for their paleontological accuracy, but still, I think I like it more than Ingado. I think I put it just above. I love like the crocodile-ness of the design. Sungarai. Yeah, going right up here. I always remember loving Sungarai as a kid. I don't even really know why. I don't know what made me like him so much. I just kind of like naturally gravitated towards him. The weird crooked beak I think is cool because that's what the Sungaripterus had, just a weird crooked beak. I think this one just has a lot of personality. That might have just been it. I think I really like Sungarai. Synthos. I'm surprised I remember this thing's name. Yeah, I don't really care about it at all. Put it above Nodo. T-Rex, the face of fossil fighters. The face of the game. It just has to be S tier. It has to be. It would be a disservice to not put it in S tier. I think I'll put it below Comso. It's not my favorite Vivosaur, but it is really, really good. I mean, T-Rex is one of 2 Fossil Fighters characters that made it into Smash Bros. As a spirit. And the other one comes from like some fictional 3rd game that I think Nintendo made up. So really, T-Rex is the only Fossil Fighters character in Smash Bros. I mean, if that gives you any idea of the recognizability of T-Rex from Fossil Fighters, it's I don't know what will. It's just so good. Such a good design. Panstro, I think I like it less than Pendum. I think that they kind of like got like the same rig and stuff. But Panstro always kind of weirded me out as a kid, and it's kind of carried over nowadays. I'd put it above Androarch, I guess. Yeah. Tarbo, the Tarbosaurus. Again, I don't know where they got a sail from on Tarbosaurus. I don't think that's ever really been a thing. But, oh well. Tarbo's never been super interesting to me. Probably put it like around here somewhere. I think just below Gorgo is fine. But yeah, Tarbo's alright. Terrata, the last Trilobite, and definitely my favorite. This has definitely got the coolest design out of them all. I think it's got like a really cool design, actually. That kind of carries it a bit. I think I put it above a Raja. Yeah, Terrata is pretty cool. The Lasso. I feel about the same as it towards Nikto. Actually, I put it a little bit above Nikto. Because I remember story time again, when I first got Champions, I did not pay attention to the tutorial at all. And I just used a hammer to try and clean every fossil rock, and so naturally I failed every single fossil in the game. And I was fine because even with just 2 Vivosaurs, I could go through the game. Up until Rockin' Billy. At that point, I kept losing and knew I needed to get into their fossil. And this is the only time a video game's manual has ever come in handy for me. The only time I've ever even used one, because I had to use it to look and see how to clean fossils properly. And Thalasso was the next fossil that I went and cleaned and helped me defeat Rockin' Billy. So yeah. Got a bit of a story attachment with Thalasso. Put him there. Titanus. This is one of 2 terror birds in the game, which is cool. This is definitely the lamer one, because it's kind of got like the same rig as a lot of the Dromaeosaurs, but it's okay. I don't hate it. Put it above Stiggy. Toba. Has anyone in history ever chosen Toba as their starter in Champions? I don't know if anyone has ever done this before. It's pretty lame, honestly. I'll probably put it down here. It's just not a very interesting design or anything, especially compared to the rest of the starters. Yeah, I'm gonna put it below Radox. Tophus. Tophus is cool. Big Snake. Got a one-hit KO move, much like Dunkel. I always remember really liking Tophus. His team skill also has a really cool animation where he splits into 3 heads. He gets 3 heads somehow, which is cool, like a Hydra. I don't know why he does that, but he does. So yeah, I'll put him up here. I think below Terra is fine. Oh, I really remember liking Tophus. Tricera. This is one of the other 2 team members I was talking about earlier from my first ever time playing through Champions. Tricera right up here. I think I like him a little more than Brachio. Yeah, I'm a huge fan of Tricera. Weirdly enough, playing through Champions, I only used 3 team members the entire time. That I can remember, at least. I don't remember ever using anything else other than the main 3. That's all I needed, man. That carried me through the game, and I love those 3 Vivosaurs to death, and we're about to get to one of the other ones soon. But until then, Tro. Sadly, I don't think Troodon really is a proper species anymore. Which is sad, because I always really liked the Troodon. Tro, Fossil Fighters Tro, kind of a mess of a design, if I'm being honest. There's just like a lot going on there. No real like discernible patterns, but still covered in completely different colors. But I do remember using it and thinking it was kind of fun. I mean, I'd put it like above Dodgery at least. I don't hate it, but yeah, the design kind of brings it down a bit. Trima. Trima is really cool, really fun to use. I definitely put it up here somewhere. I thought for the longest time Trima was introduced in Champions, but it was in the first game. But it's like near impossible to get because Trima has a brittle fossil rock, meaning you can just hit it with a drill and it'll crumble to pieces, kind of. And using a hammer on it would completely obliterate it. but the problem is that in the first game, the only way you can get Trima is through dark fossil rocks, which are immune to the drill, so you have to use the hammer. But doing that, you are like guaranteed to severely damage the fossil. I don't know why they did that. It's kind of crazy that they did that in the first game. But yeah, Trima is... I really like Trima. I think it's fun to use. But that little factoid about it in the first game kind of drags it down a little bit, in my opinion. I'd probably put him above Tophus still. I'm still a big fan. And then this is my boy, Sintao. My first ever Vivosaur, my starter choice in Fossil Fighters Champions, and because of that, the Sintao-saurus is my favorite dinosaur nowadays. I love this thing so much. Sintao, Triceratops, they were the first team I ever used in Champions. The only 3 I used in Champions, and they were great. I love those 3. I love Sintao to death, dude. Just such a good Vivosaur. I don't even know what compelled me to choose Sintao over like the Metro or Eros. To be honest, I'm surprised I didn't choose either of the others two. But I'm glad I did go with Sintao, because now it's got a very, very special place in my heart. I love Sintao. U-Raptor is very unique. First of all, it's got a really cool design with like a... It kind of seems like a Native American headdress, but I might be wrong on that. But it's also very unique in that it has a special skill that has the most dangerous kind of poison in the game, which is pretty cool. I think I'll put it at the bottom of A tier. I think that's reasonable. V-Raptor. This guy, really big fan of V-Raptor. I always really loved the Velociraptor, mostly because of Jurassic Park. I think we're gonna put him right there. I really love his design in this game. It looks like such a little gremlin. And he's fun to use with all the poison skills too. Venator. Much like S-Raptor, this is one that I definitely remember using in the first Fossil Fighters game. Thinking about it, I remember more of the team than I thought I did. I think it was Spinax, Shoni, Venator, S-Raptor, and maybe Chrono? Maybe Chrono. But yeah, Venator I'm a big fan of. I don't know why it's like a very fishy design, considering it's an Earth type. No, that's the choice, but very cool. And it's got Elemental Boost, which is a very cool ability. Yango, I'm gonna put it above Django at least. I like its design a little more, but I feel about the same towards both of them. Alright, so the last regular Vivosaur here, Xeno. What can I say about Xeno? Xeno was iconic. That's what Xeno is. Xeno was iconic. This is the Vivosaur who can't hit anything to save his life. That's his whole thing. Anything else that tries to do it is kind of just like a copycat, if I'm being real. Xeno, he's the guy. He goes up here. He's really funny. He's really funny. And I like that there's like entire strategy centered around him trying to make him work. And like even with all of that, I'm pretty sure he's still not a very good Vivosaur, and competitive to my knowledge at least. But I still love him. I can't hate Xeno. He's awesome. And now we're moving on to the little chicken guys. This one is Squick. If I'm gonna be 100% real, I've never really cared about any of these. I don't hate them. I think they're kind of funny that they exist. They're all gonna be ranked about the same. They're just recolors of each other. Squick, it can go there. This one is Squilk. I don't like the name as much. The fire one is Squirk. I feel like that probably should have been the water one's name. It sounds more like Squirt, like you squirt water, but I don't know. Not huge on that name. The arrow and Squirrow, that's the best name so far. Squirrow, that's cool. And then Squirth's name makes sense. But put it both Squick. Yeah, that's how I would rank those. And now the super evolvers. This one is Barbaros. Barbaros, I think, is pretty cool. This is probably one of my favorite archetypes, I guess. A super evolver, like the big stinging tail. This one comes from Stego, I think, which is pretty cool. I'd probably put it here somewhere. I think just below Neo is fine. Barbaros is pretty cool. Blitzagon, very cool name. Don't really know too much about it because I always used the other one of these kinds of ones. I do think the design is cool, but I definitely prefer it in blue. I'd probably put it above Kenshiro. Blitzagon's alright. Boldor. This is a pretty cool one. This is a very unique Vivosaur. There's no other one that quite has the same model or rig or anything. That definitely gives it a few points. I do like it more than Pack Rhino, the thing that it super evolves from. I'd probably put it below O-Raptor. Boldor's pretty cool. Bolgan, I mean, you already know how high I rank Sintao, and this is the guy that comes from Sintao. So he's gonna be up here. I think above Guan. I don't like him quite as much because, I mean, Sintao I just have a lot more attachment to personally, but Bolgan still pretty cool. Do like him. This one is Despino. I mean, I don't know why of all the things to make Spino super evolve into, just this model makes a lot more sense for V-Raptor, but this, I feel like this really doesn't fit. Probably C tier if I'm being honest. I like Spino a lot more, leagues and leagues more. I think I'd put it below Titanus. This Spino is fine. Dimorph Ace. Probably around here somewhere. I don't think I like it quite as much as Dimorph, but it is still pretty cool. I think I'd put it above Engato, but below Suko. This one is Didomio. I think I like this thing's color scheme a little bit more than Barbaros. But other than that, I feel about the same towards it. I like blue and dark crimson red color scheme. It's like a cyan blue. I think that's very nice. Equinus, I believe it comes from Toba. I definitely like it more than Toba. I'm not sure why it becomes a horse thing. I don't know if it's really a horse. It's called Equinus. It sounds like a horse, but the design doesn't really show that. But I mean, it's alright. I think above Shuno and C tier is fine. Galgaron. Much cooler name. Galgaron. Comes from Enkylo. There. I think I feel about the same towards it as Enkylo. I like this archetype of it. And also I'm remembering this is the one with the stinger, not Barbaros and Didomio. This is the one with the stinger, which I think is pretty cool. Put it there. Genios. Genios comes from Adafo here. I think I'd like it a little more. I think just below Elasmo's fine. I like the fin. It looks very aquatic. I think it's a good evolution of the whole sail aspect of Adafo. Giga Aloe. This is another pretty cool archetype of super evolvers. There's actually 3 of these. Interesting. Giga Aloe, probably put around here somewhere. I think below Chilin. I think it's very cool. Giga Raja. I think I like the color scheme a bit more. I think I much prefer it over the like black and white grayscale. And Giga Spinax. I'm glad they gave Spinax a super evolver, but I'm not sure how to feel about it design-wise. I wish they got something more unique. Yeah, I think just in the middle of those two is fine. It's alright. Heracles, another, just like Bolgan. I just think I like it more than Bolgan. This comes from Tricera. Definitely like the design more than Bolgan. I do think I would still have it below Anomalo, though. Heracles is very cool. Hibigon. Never really used this nearly as much as Bolgan, but I kind of just like this kind of design. This one comes from Igwa. I think I'd put it above Kamara. I think Hibigon's alright. Kaishin. Now this is definitely one of the coolest designs. This one comes from Elasmo. Down here, this one comes from Elasmo. I think. Yes, this is from Elasmo. And this thing, without a doubt, one of the coolest designs here. I think I'd put it, I mean, the design is kind of carrying it hard. I think I'd put it above Trima. Pretty big fan of Kaishin. Lugmos. This sounds like, the name sounds like something someone would say to try to get you to say, like, Ligma balls or something. How does it compare to the Metro? I think I'd put it just below Dimetro. I think I just preferred Dimetro on its own to Lugmos. But I do still like both of them. It's pretty close. Mappo King. This is also really cool. This is like very clearly like Godzilla inspired design, which is really cool. And I definitely think it was good to give Mappo something. I'd probably put it like up here somewhere. I think above Despleto. Mappo King is cool. Marple. This is a really funny name. This one comes from Plesio, I think. This is a Marple. It's like a little pool floaty. This is something you would float on top of in a pool. Like I could see like a little kid riding this thing around, which is pretty funny. I'll put it above Stego. And then Momo, I think I'll put just above it. I think I like the color scheme a little more. That one comes from Futabi. Nikto Ace, give you 3 guesses to guess who Nikto Ace evolves from. I do like it more than Nikto. I think I'd put it just below Aloe. O-Raptor Fiend. This is what I was talking about with O-Raptor earlier on, where there's something really funny connected to him. It's kind of insane that this little stupid bird turns into this like monster. The most edgy color scheme imaginable. I find that really funny. So that definitely gives it a few points. I think I put it above Dacarus. Or Fiend is cool. Omias. This is from Margot. Omias is, I feel about the same towards it as Equinus, so I'll put it there. There's really not much different between those two. I think there's like a little red stripe on Omias and a blue one on Equinus. But yeah, Papillon. Forgot about this kind of design. This one comes from Anato, weirdly enough. Not entirely sure what the correlation is there, but I think I'd put it below Acro. I think I definitely prefer Anato's design. This one is Shenliu. However you pronounce this, I'm not entirely sure. I just think it's a downgrade from Argento. Like, you get this cool, sick-ass mountain design on the back of Argento, and then this, yeah, I'm not huge on it, if I'm being honest. I don't hate it, but yeah, I'd put it, I think, not below those guys. I think at the bottom of B tier, just below Desmo. I think that's fine. And then Raiden, Super Revolver, Brachio. I think that's my favorite out of these three, out of the three that I used on my team. I think Raiden is definitely my favorite design-wise, and I love the whole lightning attack that it's got. It's just so very cool. Big fan of Raiden. And then T-Rex Lord. Much like T-Rex for like fossil fighters in general, this may as well just be the face of the Super Revolver, I don't want to say gimmick, but like the Super Revolver group. Yeah, this is, not all of them tend to carry over their color scheme when they're towards their Super Evolution, but, I mean, T-Rex Lord is like one of the only ones that does it, and I feel like that's really cool because it's just iconic. I can't put it like anywhere lower than S tier. It's so good. Tefla. Compared to Eros, I do still think this is a downgrade. I think Eros' design is much cooler there. I'd probably put it down here somewhere. I don't hate it still, but like, I like the color scheme more than Papillon, so I'll just put it right above it. V-Ripper. This is one of the cooler names. V-Ripper definitely feels like it should come from V-Raptor. Like, I don't know what they were thinking with Spino turning into Despino, but yeah, V-Ripper is very cool. I'd probably put it like just, I won't put it below V-Raptor. I feel like V-Raptor is more iconic. I'll put V-Ripper above Bream though. Right there, yeah. This one is Xanth. This one comes from Pelta, I think. Could be mistaken. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, no, Pelto. Pelto is where that comes from. I think I like the color scheme a little more than Galgaron. That's what that one was. I should really try to remember these. Yes, Galgaron. I like its color scheme a little more than Galgaron, so I'll just put it right above it. And now we're on to the legendary ones, or the other special ones, whatever you want to call them. With Frigi, both Frigi and Igno, and Champions have like the single biggest blow up of all time, ever. Like, if this was the design from the first game, they would be like down here because they were just recolors of Salto and Electro, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, with their current designs, I say current, but you know, with their newer designs, they're like up here. These two have such sick designs. I think I put Frigi above Venator. Igno, oh yeah, I couldn't even forget their animations in Champions are also way better. Igno, I think I put above Tophus. I just prefer the fire a bit more. But they are both very cool. Duna also going up here. The fact that like all the Dinorians, Duna, Raptor, and Dino, the fact that they are all like characters in the first game, but you can also get them as Vivosaurs is really cool. And being able to get them in Champions also definitely gives them a few points. I think I gotta put them all up here. It's just such a cool concept. I think I put Duna below T-Rex Lord. I think Rapton's my least favorite out of them all. Put him there. And then Dino. I think I'd put Dino up here. I think I would put him there. It's tough between Dino and Duna. I think they're both really cool. I think Rapton's cool too, but just not. I think it's just because he's not as much of an interesting character in the first game. I think that's probably why I prefer those two. But still, he still goes up there. Dinomaton, not really as cool. It's not really a character, so that obviously is not going to get it up there. But its animations, and I really like the sounds that it makes. Those are both definitely going to put it up here. It's tough to say though. I just think robots are really cool. I think that's why I like it a lot. I think below Oraptor Fiend is fine. Dinomaton, very cool. And these three, which were not in Champions, so they've got like a little interesting little icon here. Gavorn is pretty cool. I think I would put him below Sidon. Galith, this is my favorite out of them. I love the like disconnected spinning jaw. I've always thought that was a really, really cool aspect of the design. I would probably put it just below S-Raptor. I think Galith, definitely the coolest out of them all. And then Gaweep, weakest design-wise, and it's kind of just annoying in the fight against Ganesh. I'd probably put it in C tier if I'm being honest. I'll put it above Orno. That's still too low, actually. I'll put it below Pendum. I think that's fine. Now to the Bonysaurs, B Lambio. All these are probably going to be like at least a B tier, just because skeleton dinosaurs are a really cool design. And B Lambio, I definitely think I prefer over regular Lambio. I would probably put it just above F-Raptor. Pretty cool. B Brachio is probably the weakest out of them all. I'd probably put it just above Shenlu. It's alright. B Jara is decent. I would put it above the Lasso for sure. Probably not above Lambio though. Z Plesio. This one is really cool. I love the blue on it. I like when they have different colors. I mean, if B Jara, I didn't get that many more points towards it. I think all the ones with different colors are like the aces of the BB Brigade Commanders or whatever they were called. I can't remember, but B Plesio I think is the coolest one so far. I think I would put it just above Neo. B Plesio is pretty cool. B Terra, I think, might be the coolest out of all of them. The like crescent moon shape on its head is really, really cool. I think I would put it just below Dimorph in A tier. Very cool design. B-Rex is very cool too. I like what they did with the name too. Also, these other ones are just B in front of the full dinosaur's name, but this one is just B-Rex. I think that's pretty neat. I like the like vampire teeth on this thing. Not entirely sure why it has vampire teeth, but it's still pretty cool. I'll put it just below Duspolito. And then B Tricera. The red looks pretty cool. I think it works pretty nicely on this thing's design. I'd probably put it near the top of B tier. I think below Mihu is fine. Salada, I forgot this is technically a Bonysaur. This was some crossover, I think, if I remember right, with something else. I don't really know the whole lore behind Salada. I know it's really strong, and I really like the springy feet that it has. I've always really liked Salada. I'd put it just below Onyx. Lord Tonzilla. Lord Tonzilla. I cannot put him anywhere lower than a S tier. This is such a stupid and funny Vivosaur. You can fight with the tonsil of a whale. Cause why the hell not? I'll put it below Quatless, but I love that thing, bro. Tonzilla, funny. Z Tricera. I don't like the Zombiesaurs as much as the Bonysaurs, if I'm being honest. Z Tricera is alright. Probably put it above Tro. Z Elasmo is also just alright. I think above Styraco. Z Terra, kind of lame if I'm being honest. I think above Orno and C tier. Z Rex is definitely the best out of them all because it's got a unique ability being able to revive itself like 2 or 3 turns after it was defeated, which is pretty cool. If a little annoying in the Zonga fight, but I think below Boldor is fine. And then last, but certainly not least, we have Zonga. Much like I mentioned with these guys before, being able to own a character in the game, much less the main villain of the story, really, really cool. And its design is awesome. I know it's like DeviantArt, edgy, OC stuff, but I don't care. It's so cool. Like the cutscene where you see the skull transforming into this. Cinema. Absolute cinema. I think I'd put him between Raptor and Duna. I think that's about it. So that'll do it for this tier list. Next, we'll be moving on to the dig site tier list. Alright, now we are moving on to the character tier list. This is mostly just major characters throughout the first 2 games, with a little bit of with a few weird and wacky ones thrown in there too. Yeah, let's just start. Dr. Diggins. I think he has to be S tier. He has to be. There's no other place that Dr. Diggins can go. He is such a character. Like most of the game, he's like fairly like generic-ish, but like a very charming professor character like you'd expect in any kind of like RPG game with one in it. But like near the ending of the game where he goes back in time after dislocating one of these idol comps and manages to survive in the Jurassic period and fossilizes himself in a crashed starship. He's so peak. He's peak. He's peak. There's nothing else he could be other than peak. KL33N? I mean, he's kind of the GOAT too. I wouldn't say S tier because he's not really like a character. Mainly just the way you clean fossils and you can drop stuff off for him to clean too. I think B tier. I think B tier is fine. Like he's iconic, absolutely iconic. Holt. Holt feels like he was meant to be a lot more involved in the things that happen in the game than he actually was. Because as is, he kind of shows up at the beginning, and then Rivet Ravine, and then never, ever, ever again. Does he show up in Rivet Ravine? I can't remember. I think he does. I might be misremembering. Yeah, I think like C or D tier. He's not like a bad character, actually. I'll give him C. But he's just kind of not involved at all. Rosie. I think Rosie gets way more hate than she really deserves. I think A tier is reasonable for Rosie. I never really understood the hate that she gets. I know she's like kind of like annoying in the game or whatever, and like is constantly getting in danger, but like I feel like the game is very aware of that, and like that's kind of the point. And like they even have her like mention it on the like the date scene with her. But yeah, I think Rosie's A tier. I can't bring myself to hate Rosie. Metal Dealer Joe. This is probably like the worst inclusion in this list. I actually don't know why I even included him. F tier. Yeah, F tier. I hate this guy. I was gonna say he does get redeemed in the post game, but no, he's worse in the post game because he gives you Trima fossils, dark Trima fossils, so they just shatter. There's no other way to clean them other than shattering them. Yeah, this guy sucks. Thinking about it, actually. Absolute F tier. Mr. Richmond. I think high B tier, low A tier probably. There's definitely a character that I've seen people think playing through the game that he's gonna be like a twist villain or something, but he's actually just a sweet grandpa, sweet old grandpa. I think low A tier. He's definitely one of the more important characters in the game. I do like Mr. Richmond. Although he is like a little bland, nothing super like interesting or standout, but he's a good character nonetheless. The Chieftain. Now, what other character in video game history has studied and mastered the art of the hip shaker dance? I don't think anyone. I don't think any character has ever done that apart from the Dig-a-Dig Chieftain. No character in video game history has ended a game and solving like the very last hurdle, the very last problem by shaking hips. S tier, no question in my mind. Sorehead. Sorehead, I think top of B tier. You think playing through the game that when he's talking himself up, saying he's gonna rewrite your definition of pain. He's not lying, actually. Like the Sorehead battle is like a huge difficulty spike out of nowhere, and I kind of love it for that. I think he's a pretty funny character too, because he's wearing like God knows how many layers of masks on at all times, which is a funny aspect of the character. I think B tier for Sorehead. Rex. I think Rex is definitely the most interesting out of the BB Bandits. I think B tier, probably above Sorehead. He definitely like participates in the story the most, mostly because of when you go to Mount Lava Flow with him and he gets the translator so you can understand what he's saying, and he talks like a posh British man. Yeah, I think B tier for Rex. Snibbles, not as interesting, but still pretty good. I think I put him below Sorehead. Nothing super memorable. He's mainly like the dim-witted goon. That's Snibbles' character, and Vivian, I'd say they're about equal. The same. I think all three of them play off each other very well. Vivian's probably got like the least personality out of them all, but still pretty good. Nevada Monte Carlo. I think it's like the same deal as Holt. More interesting design at least, but yeah, just not much there. She shows up in the Dig-a-Dig mid and then is kind of gone for the rest of the game until the post game when you talk to her to get parts for a time machine. Naturally, but yeah. McJunker. He's like on the same tier as these guys. He shows up in Rivet Ravine and mentors Holt on whatever, I can't remember what exactly. Minecarts, that's what it was, minecarts. He really likes his minecarts. Yeah, I think he's C tier. Captain Woolbeard. It's really funny. This is a character in the game, a ghost pirate who really who has like a pretty pink ribbon for his beard. I think that's a pretty funny concept for a character. I think I'd put him below Sorehead. He doesn't do too much after Bottoms Up A, or really anything after Bottoms Up A. That is a problem with the first game, I will say. I love the story and I love the characters in the first game, but I wish they did more throughout the game. Mainly it's Dr. Diggins, Rosie, Richmond, the BB Bandits, and the Dinorians, and Bulwark. A lot of these other secondary characters that kind of just show up once and never again. Which is unfortunate, because I think they're a lot of very charming characters for the most part. Knick-Knack. It's so tempting to put him in S tier, but I think A tier. He's such a goofy character, and his music is really good. I really like his theme. Yeah, I have to go with A tier. I like his design, I like his music, and he's just a funny character in general, really. Like his obsession with weird artifacts and then poop fossils, weirdly. I think it's funny, and I like his. I like the word for it is his strange dialogue where he says words or phrases just wrong. Mercy be comb, grassy us, donkey shakes, like just stuff like thank you in different languages, but just weird. What else? They'll knock the butter off your bread. Knack will huff and puff and blow your mouse down. Now I can have my snake and feed it too. This guy is such a strange man, but I love him. Duna, spoilers, is the best character in the series. No question in my mind. There are characters in the first game too, but also more in the second game that go through like character arcs. But I feel like Duna's definitely is the most interesting out of all of them. For sure, in my opinion at least. And also, the Dinorians are just really cool in general. They're all probably going to rank pretty high, maybe except Repton, actually. Maybe not Repton. But, and Duna also has a really, really good theme. So, yeah, S tier for sure. Definitely the peak. Bulwart. I wish the like relationship between him and the Dinorians were explored more. I feel like it's kind of just mentioned in passing, and they never really go anywhere with it. I feel like that would have been something to explore more. But as is, as a villain, he's not really super interesting, if I'm being honest. Him having Friggy is cool. That gives him some points. And him actually being a threat, yeah, I'll move him to B tier because he is actually a threat. He's just not like a super charming or interesting character or anything. It's kind of generic villain bad guy. I'll put him at the top of B tier, I think. I think he's the best out of the BB Bandits. And the twist for him being the police captain, but also the leader of the BB Bandits was cool. Not as good as a certain other twist in the next game, but or heck, even in the first game, it's not even the best twist. But yeah, I think top of B tier is fine. All the BB Bandits got B tier fitting. Rapton. Compared to Duna and Dynal, as a Dinorian, Rapton is kind of lame, if I'm being honest. His design isn't as good as the other two, even in his battle form. And character-wise, he's not super interesting either. He's just a very abrasive, hot-headed guy who like even works against his king, who's he's supposed to like obey or whatever. I think he might be D tier, if I'm being honest. Yeah, I'm really not a fan of Rapton. He's just unlikable, but not in like a good way. Bulwart is unlikable, but he's a villain, and you're supposed to not like him. Rapton is unlikable, but he's kind of just an asshole. If that makes any sense. Anyways, Dino is S tier, without a doubt in my mind. Really good villain, much better than Bulwart. And the redemption is also really cool for him. His design in his Vivosaur form is cool, and even in his regular Dinorian form. Just a really good character and very intimidating anytime he shows up, especially with his music. Like he is a very intimidating villain. Definitely S tier. But I put him above Diggins. It's hard to say. I really like both of them. It's a tough call. I think I'll leave Dino below. Diggins is a bit more likable. The Idle Kongs is also their stretch, like Joe here. The Idle Kongs are a stretch of whether these count as characters. I mean, they are characters, but whether or not they should be included here. But they do impact the story quite a bit. I think top of C tier. They're introduced so late, but I think they are still cool. But they're introduced a little too late to leave much of an impact. Yeah. I think top of C tier is fine for them. Ganesh, also this is like the biggest stretch here, whether or not this actually counts as a character. He's less of a character and more of just like an impending force that you have to take down. He's not even like the main villain of the game. He's the final boss, the final villain, but I mean, Bulwart and Dino both get much more build up and screen time than Ganesh does. I think Ganesh is very cool. I love Ganesh's design and the whole concept of going in and fighting his brains. But if he had a bit more build up, he probably would have been up here somewhere. But as is, I think top of C tier is best I can do for him. Hunter, I think is the name of this character. Also not really a character. I just included the main characters kind of for fun. I mean, I like his design and I like the different colors that he can have. So I guess I'll put him at A tier. This is Slate Johnson. These two are the commentators that you see over every battle. And Slate is kind of like the silly guy who just talks a bunch of nonsense the whole time. They do this in the second game too with different characters, but I do think they do it better there. I remember their dialogue a lot more than Slate and PA. I mean, I'd probably put him here. He is like omnipresent during every battle of the game, so he's memorable. Same for PA, a little bit less memorable because his Slate's dialogue is a bit more interesting and memorable. But yeah, I do like both of them. I put them there. This is maybe the weirdest inclusion on the list. I keep saying that, but Unga Unga, the Yeti you find on Cold Feet Glacier. Okay, moving on to Fossil Fighters Champions now. Pod, the very first character you meet in the game, your best friend. The best friend of the main character. Pod, much like Rosie, I think gets way too much hate. I think he has a very good character arc throughout the game. I can understand people getting annoyed by him, but I feel like people don't give him enough credit because he is a very good character. The scene where he like jumps in and saves you, right after you Bradford Zonga Zonga is first revealed to you is so cool. I do think he's better than Rosie as like the main companion throughout the game. Would I put him in S tier? I don't think I would. I think I'd put him top of A tier. But he is a very good character, and I think very overhated. Joe Wild West. I love this archetype of character where it's like hyper, like a Japanese idea of like a hyper American man. It's awesome. I think he would also be up here. The problem is he's not really present through most of the game, is he? But when he is, he's a good character. He's a good character when he is there. But since he is absent for so much of the game, I think I'll put him top of B tier. I think that's the best I can do. Rupert is definitely S tier. I was struggling. Todd is teetering on the edge of being S tier, but Rupert is definitely up here. He also has his own character art. He starts off as a really, really unlikable douchebag, but as the game goes on, you start to really liken up to him. And I think he definitely has one of the best arcs throughout both games. Him, Todd, Duna. Definitely the best out of them all. And yeah, definitely up here. Stella, she's the staff leader. That's what it was. She's the staff leader of Ribular Island. I mean, out of all the staff leaders, I think, does she do the most? She gets involved at Jungle Labyrinth with the fake monster, but I think I think they all get involved in like one thing, thinking about it. I mean, probably below the idol comps. Probably be about where all the staff leaders go. I'll go ahead and do them now. No, this is Terry. Terry, feel the same towards. He gets involved at what was it? Mount Krakenek when the rock falls down and blocks the path. Put him there, I guess. And then Kent gets involved with the jelly at the Hot Spring Heights. I do like his mannerisms and way of speaking, though, being like a surfer dude. Yeah, I mean, I feel about the same towards all of them, so I'll put them next to each other. Professor Scatterly. Another character who I think gets... This is news to me, I just learned this like yesterday, who apparently people don't like. People don't like Professor Scatterly, that's news to me. I mean, he's definitely not the strongest character in the game, but I like him. I think Professor Scatterly's a pretty good character. Just like a clumsy old man who gets himself stuck at dig sites a lot. I will say, trying to dig for those slablets can kind of be annoying because you gotta be really precise with how you line your character up in order to dig them up. But he's like the big historian. He's how you learn how most of the things happen in the game. I think he's a really good character. I'd put him here. Pauline, out of like the main 3 friend characters in this game, Pauline might be the weakest, but not by like a lot. I think I'd put her below Rosie. I do still really like her character arc with the mask and needed like the confidence to take it off and go without it. I would probably put her up there, just behind Rosie. But yeah, she does probably go to like the least interesting character arc, but it's not bad per se, or at all, really. Dawn Boneyard. This is the best picture I could find for Dawn Boneyard. It's tough to say how differently to rank this from Joe Wild West, because they are the same person. Dawn Boneyard, I'll rank him as his own character because he is most of the time his own character, treated as his own character. He acts very differently from Joe Wild West. Dawn Boneyard is most comparable to Bulwart. I think he does a much better job at being like a menacing, imposing threat. So I would rank him above Bulwart. and probably above Joe Wild West too. Just because he's more present in the game. Would I put him A tier? I probably would put him at the, I think below Mr. Richmond in A tier. I think he's a pretty good character. He's imposing, he's threatening, he does what a villain needs to do, but again, kind of the same problem as Bulwark personality-wise. There's not a lot going on there, but the twist regarding him being Joe Wild West is very cool. That definitely gives him a few extra points. Joni. This is what more of like the one-time appearing side characters in the first game needed to be like, I think. Where they actually appear more than once and at least have like a whole extra thing going on with them. Joni herself isn't super interesting. The main thing going on with her is his Princess Pooch being like a princess for a different country or whatever. I'd probably put her below probably below Sorehead. Thinking about her character herself, I'm remembering now that she doesn't really do a whole lot. Princess Pooch, I'd probably rank higher just because it's really funny that this dog is the princess of another region. I could put it above Woolbeard, but I wouldn't put her too much higher. It's a cute little character that shows up and you do a little side quest for every once in a while. Yeah, I think it's solid little character. Cole, the first of the commanders of the BB Brigade. Cole, probably the least interesting out of all of them, but not bad at all. I do think he's better than at least Snibbles and Vivian. Probably better than Joni. I could put him below Sorehead. I think just like being a trendy hipster type. It's a character, not super great, but I think it's compelling and he's funny occasionally. Minister Pomposa. This is hardly a character, if I'm being honest. I put him above Unga Unga, but other than that, yeah, he's down there. He's who gets you to find Princess Pooch and who gives you a miraculous fossil rock. You fight him at the Super Caliosio Cup, but other than that, he doesn't really do anything at all. And when he does show up, his character isn't interesting either. So, yeah, D tier. Lester. I'd probably rank above Cole. I think Lester is probably the funniest out of the BB Brigade. I like his way of speaking, and I like his ace, the Tricerad, probably one of my favorite of the Vivosaurs. Yeah, I think about Cole's fine. I don't have too much to say about him. Lola, probably between them, I think. Yeah, between them. She got like the Valley Girl way of speaking, and her plan was definitely the most effective out of all three of them, but character-wise, I think I find Lester a little bit more interesting. But yeah, Robinson. Now this is falling back into what the first game did with their weird side characters, where he shows up during the Bonehemoth section. Oh no, he does show up again. I forgot when you go to the Seabed Pillar. I did forget about that. I'll put him at the top of C tier, just because he does actually come back and interact with the story more than like these three do. But still, he's not like super interesting. He's like a parody of like Tom Hanks. So yeah, he even has a ball with a face on it called Bolivar. So yeah. The Fossil Dig CEO, Rupert's dad. He's kind of just like well, I guess not. I was about to say he's kind of just like a piece to move Rupert along in his character arc. But he does come back at the end of the story. I'd probably just rank him top of C tier again, above Robinson. Very similar character-wise. I think Falsa Dig CEO is a bit more interesting. But yeah, I think top of C tier. And Zonga Zonga. Now, the main villain of the game, unlike Ganache, actually has like a character. I love the way they handle Zonga Zonga in this game. I don't know if I'd put him like quite at S tier, but I am a big fan of the way they handle him. Like, at first you probably don't suspect anything. You just learn about him on these slablets here. At least as a kid, I never suspected anything, or that he would actually be a character that you find in the game. Granted, I was like 6 years old playing this game for the first time, so you know, the critical thinking hadn't quite settled in yet. So I never suspected like a thing about Zonga Zonga actually being Joe Wild West or whatever. So when it came to the twist that he actually was Joe Wild West the whole time, and then he was gonna steal your body, that blew my mind as a kid. And, I was thinking about it all day at school, at the morning of after I had done that, after I figured that out. Yeah, that absolutely blew my mind, and he is a very imposing threat. I'll give him that. Like, you are worried about what this guy's gonna do if he's like left alone with people. Like when he gets left alone with Rupert, and then he takes his body. Yeah, the design is also really cool. The battles with him, all of his themes are really good. All like the 2 battle themes relating to him, and then his like character theme too. Like, amazing. Just a really good character, The only thing holding it back from S tier is that, unlike these guys up here, character-wise, like, personality isn't really there. He's mainly just really evil bad guy. But unlike Bulwark, I think they hype him up a lot better. Yeah, I put him right there. These the 2 hero characters from Champions. I'd just put them same deal as Hunter. Trip Sarah and Tyrano, the commentators of Champions. Definitely better than Slate and PA, I think. I think they got better dialogue going on. At least Trip does, because I remember a lot of his dialogue where he talks about like communism. I remember he's talking about communism, like if you have a Vivosaur power scale to distribute FP equally across both players. Yeah, I mean, I put him right there. Same deal, where the wacky guy has more interesting dialogue, so I like him a little bit more. And then finally, Ryan, who I have figured out now isn't like a crossover with something else. It's literally, well, I guess it is a crossover, but with a spin-off of the Fossil Fighters manga. I thought this guy was from some other manga unrelated to Fossil Fighters, but no, he is a Fossil Fighters character. And so is Salada. Yeah, I have not read the manga, so I can't really give my opinion on him, and what he is in game is kind of lame and boring. He does give you Salada though, so there's that. But yeah, that'll do it for the character tier list. And next, we will be moving on to the dig site tier list. That's the one, the dig site tier list. All right, now we're moving on to the dig sites. I'll be ranking the dig sites now, between both the first game and Champions. Gonna be ranking them, just my personal opinion on them, and not variety of factors. Music, the Vivosaurs you can find there, just the general vibe of the dig site, anything. So, let's just get started with Greenhorn Plains, the very first dig site in the whole series. I feel like it's a pretty decent starting point. My favorite aspect of this place, without a doubt, is the music. The music here is phenomenal. Greenhorn Plains theme, just really good. However, and I get there's probably limitations considering this game came out in 2008. I do feel like the general vibe is kind of lacking. Like, it's kind of just a big open green field and nothing else, really. The Vivosaurs you find here are pretty neat. You get, like, Goyle, V-Raptor, Shan, Spinax. Pretty good selection. Though, that being said, it being only air-type Vivosaurs is kind of disappointing, if I'm being honest. So where would that put it? I would put it either high C or low B. It is hard carried by the music and the iconicity of it. I think I'd put it low B. Knotwood Forest, definitely an improvement. This is where you get a lot more variety of Vivosaurs. You can get S-Raptor and Venator here. This is also where the Digamid is, which also has its own Vivosaurs of its own. So that's pretty neat. I will also just be including any like sub areas, as in like the whole dig site itself, like the Digamid and Knotwood Forest, the pirate ship and Bottoms Up Bay, stuff like that. That'll just be included under the whole thing. Dig tribe is, and I'm a big fan of that. I do really like them. I think I still put it in B tier, but above Greenhorn Plains. The music here is nothing really to write home about. It's not super memorable. I think we get a better like jungle-based theme in the second game with Jungle Labyrinth, but for now I think there's fine. Rivet Ravine, also pretty good. This is where you get an even bigger variety of Vivosaurs. You get Electro here. I think that's the first water-type Vivosaur you get access to. Thinking about it, I do think I'll move these two down to C tier, thinking about it. Because there's probably... Rivet Ravine I definitely think is B tier, but I don't think it should be on the same tier as these two. I feel like C tier is much more reasonable. Let's see, what can you find here? Electro, Megalo, Quatless. Big fans of all of those guys. And then of course there's the tunnels. Also pretty good selection of Vivosaurs in there. Story-wise, it's not super interesting. You get some BB Bandit stuff in here, and the music is really good. I do really like the music in Rivet Ravine. But I think overall I'd put it here, and again, I do think it's kind of outdone in the second game by another like canyon-ish themed dig site. Bottoms Up Bay. Now this one might be the first A tier, I think. This is just a really cool concept for a dig site, walking underwater on the ocean floor. The denture sharks when you first come here, I think are pretty fun to try and work around and avoid, even if they do just kind of disappear. And I do have a lot of nostalgia for this dig site in particular. I'm not entirely sure why exactly this one. I just remember playing it a whole lot on my old DS when I used to live in an apartment. I just really like the vibe here, and then the pirate ship is also really cool. I don't know how there's fossils in a pirate ship, but you kind of just gotta go with it. There's a lot of really cool Vivosaurs here too. Of course, Krona, Elasmo, Plesio, and Shoni. Big fans of all of those guys. And then on the pirate ship, there's even more cool ones. M-Raptor, Onyx, Futabi. Giant goes there, but it's alright. This is also where Woollybeard is. Was it Woolbeard? Woolbeard. It's Woolbeard, where Captain Woolbeard is. Also a really fun character. The music isn't too interesting or good, but like it's not bad. It's not bad at all. It's kind of just there. Mount Lava Flow. But the first time you get access to it, you can't hardly do anything there because there's a giant rock. There's a lot of story stuff going on when you get to Mount Lava Flow when you first unlock it. So it's kind of a while after you're able to, or a while before you're able to actually do anything here. Let's see, what can you find here? Mostly fire types. And there's some cool stuff. Penta and Jara. Guan is really cool. I feel like the selection, those three are cool, but the rest are kind of meh. And the general vibe here is just, I think low B tier is probably where I would put it. I do like that you're able to drain the lava and then get access to even more fossils there. I think that's a cool aspect of the dig site, that it actually changes as the game goes on. There's a lot of story relevance here too, with Igno and then Duna when she first attacks you, and you're first introduced to the Dinorians. It is an important dig site for sure, but not my personal favorite. The BB base. This is probably the first D tier one. This is less of a dig site and more of just a place where a lot of story takes place. That's mainly what the BB base is. But, I mean, you can find fossils here. There's nothing too interesting. The Spleeto is cool, Cielo and Dilopho are cool. Kentro's alright. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'd put it here. It's not too interesting, like, design or aesthetic-wise either. And the music's like okay, but yeah, D tier I think is fine. Secret Island. This is also more of a story place, but there is actually I think this is a much cooler like concept for a dig site. Digging inside of an old crashed Dinorian starship. That's pretty cool if you ask me, and there's some cool Vivosaurs here too. Bream, Sopteryx, O-Raptor, Kyrus, Maya, Anato, Proto. Yeah, and the story that takes place here I think is also more interesting than the BB base, because you got finding Dr. Diggins after he went back in time and fossilized himself. I would probably... I think I would put it here. The music here is also really, really good. I love the crashed starship theme. And that's all the dig sites for the main story, but then we got Parchment Desert and Cold Peak Glacier. Parchment Desert is... It's tough to say, because I really like the concept of it. Like having to like buy the oasis seeds in order to make oases, whatever the plural is for oasis, so that more fossils will spawn. I think that's a very cool aspect of the dig site, but it can be kind of annoying if I'm being honest. I mean, the big drive for Parchment Desert is this is where you get T-Rex, like one of the best Vivosaurs in the game, like the icon of the game. I think it's very bold of them to make like the mascot of the game be post-game only. It's very bold. I kind of respect it. But yeah, I mean the Vivosaurs you find here are cool for sure, but getting to those Vivosaurs is kind of a process. And not particularly fun, just because it's just you gotta save up a bunch of money. And getting money in the first game is not the fastest thing ever, because every jewel rock you have to fight someone for. Something I'm glad they've changed. Music here though is phenomenal. I love the Parchment Desert theme. Okay, Cold Feet Glacier. I actually don't have a lot of experience with Cold Feet Glacier. I do know that you need a lot of water types here, and this is also where you find the Yeti, Unga, who's definitely an interesting thing to be in the game, if I'm being honest. I think like low B, high C. I feel about similar to it as Parchment Desert. It's not nearly much of a process, at least. There isn't really a process to start finding Vivosaurs here. It's you just go there and you get Vivosaurs. There's no seeds or anything. The only thing you need to buy for Cold Feet Glacier is just stuff to feed the Yeti, so he'll give you the mask, and then you can put the mask on and he'll trust you, or something like that, if I remember right. And then he'll just give you like a random fossil every time you find it. If you find him. I would probably put it high B tier. Would I? I think I'd put it below Rivet Ravine, because this is post game, there's not as much excitement here. I don't really like in games when so many things are limited to the post game in these like creature collector RPGs. But I would put it here. But that finishes off the first game, and now we are on to Fossil Fighters Champions with Treasure Lake. Now, I do like Greenhorn Plains, but Treasure Lake I feel like is such an improvement for the first start for the first beginning dig site. I think Treasure Lake is great. It's definitely A tier. I think it might be at the top of A tier. Treasure Lake is amazing. The music is good, not the most standout thing, if I'm being honest, but it is good. But it being separated onto land and water, and then the Bonehead Hollow there that you can see there, digging inside a giant fossil skull thing. Super cool. And the Vivosaurs you find here are pretty cool. It's nothing too good, too crazy. There's Menchie, there's Raja, Pacro, there's more. I know there's more. You can find the fossils for your starter Vivosaur. Goyle is here again at the first dig site. There are things that you can find after you like fully upgrade your sonar. I can't remember if that was a thing in the first game. I don't think it was, but yeah, after you got your sonar fully upgraded, you can go back here, you can backtrack and find even more fossils. There's Proto, Tanstro, Suko, Shoni. And then, of course, in the Bonehead Hollow, there are 2 rare Vivosaurs that you can find. So there's a lot to do at Treasure Lake, and then it also has a pay-to-dig site. Yeah, I think A tier for sure. There's so many reasons to keep coming back here as you progress through the game. Very good dig site. Jungle Labyrinth. This is most easily comparable to Knotwood Forest. I think B tier would work for Jungle Labyrinth. This is where you're introduced to curious fossil rocks with Anomalo and Parapu. Let's see, the Vivosaurs. Crypto is here. Crypto is cool. Anomalo, of course, I love Anomalo to death. Quatless is here again. Really love Quatless. Nigo, Nikto, Parapu, Stego. Yeah, that's just at the start of the game. You do come back here to unlock the Stone Pyramid, which also has its own set of Vivosaurs. Delta, Dilopho. Pretty sure Bream is there too. That's showing on the wiki, but pretty sure Bream is also there. And yeah, I think I put it high B tier, I think. The thing you'll see, I generally prefer Champions as dig sites, because I think they do a better job at incentivizing you to come back and revisit them a lot. And just general, like, I just prefer the looks of them too. I can't really blame the first game for being so limited visually and graphically. I don't think that's at the game's fault or anything, but the Champions just visually looks so much better, in my opinion. Yeah, Jungle Labyrinth, I would put top of B tier. Mount Krakenak. Also probably going to be B tier. Definitely above Mount Lava Flow. I think it's the better volcano dig site. Really cool layout. I think the giant like devil horn volcano in the background is really cool. I can probably I think at the top of B tier it's got the gondola lift that you can dig on later on in the game that also unlocks the intersection with T-Rex, mainly T-Rex, that's the big thing, and a bunch of other Vivosaurs. Yet again, Champion's doing a great job at incentivizing you to come back and revisit these dig sites. Yeah, I'd probably put Krakenek in the top of B tier. Music is pretty good too. It really reminds me of like a Pokemon Victory Road theme. It sounds like it could fit right in there. Rainbow Canyon. Rainbow Canyon, like easily, without a doubt in my mind, spoilers, probably the best dig site in the whole series. Visually, this is, I think, the best looking one. There's a couple here that also look really good, but the like vast canyons out to the left of you while you're walking on this bridge here, with all the different colors on them, with the different elements of the fossils, amazing. The music is amazing. I think the only thing lacking compared to other dig sites, there's not much reason to come back and revisit during the main story, at least. You do come back one or two times, I think one, when Pauline is possessed by the mask. But the music here is absolutely amazing. One of the best themes in the whole franchise, as far as I'm concerned. And you do get more stuff unlocked here in the post-game, which I'm not a fan of. There's like a lot of Vivosaurs limited to the post-game, but there are a lot of Vivosaurs in the game. So you do have more options, but there's quite a few, because there's 5 pay-to-dig sites that you unlock here later in the game, tied to an element, or different types for each Vivosaur type. And there's like 3 or 4 Vivosaurs you can find in each of those canyons. And having so many Vivosaurs limited to the post-game, I'm not a big fan of, especially because a lot of them are really cool. But I don't think that's enough to drop it down super far. This is where you first get the gondola. The first one with a gondola dig site. I think, is it really? It might just be Treasure Canyon and Mount Krakenek. I think those are the only 2. Unless I'm forgetting one, which I very well could be. I don't think so, though. Yeah, I think it's just these. But you also get the BB Grotto, or what are they called? The BB Bandit Grotto? Not Bandits, the BB Brigade Grotto. Getting them confused a little bit. Yeah, there's just a lot to do in Rainbow Canyon, even if I don't think it does a great job of revisiting later in the story. But, I mean, even with all of that, it's still peak. So peak. Hot Spring Heights. Probably A tier. This is the first one you get on Ilium Isle. Coming off of Cranial Isle with all the hot and, like, just warm temperatured dig sites coming to Hot Spring Height. I think it's a good change of pace. And Hot Spring Heights itself, really cool visually and conceptually, digging around a bunch of hot springs and going inside like a little cave here with a bridge you can go across. It is a little small, if I'm being honest. So I'll probably dock it a few points. I think bottom of A tier is where I would put it. The music here is really good. I'll get into that later with the music tier list, but yeah, the music here is good. To say you do get a pay-to-dig site here later with some pretty cool fossils in it. I think I might be misremembering, but I'm pretty sure that the pay-to-dig site actually, yeah, that has a rare Vivosaur, which I'm not big on that, because it's not cheap to dig there, I don't think. But yeah, put it there. Ice Grip Plateau. yeah, these last few dig sites, I'm not as big of a fan of. Ice Grip Plateau, probably low B tier. I think I'd put it below Parchment Desert. Visually, this looks great. This is a great looking dig site. But in terms of Vivosaurs you can find here, let's see. Ingado, Futabi, Mammoth, Berta, Krona, Synthos, Igua, Paki, Metanis, F-Raptor, Mapho. Yeah, it's not super great in terms of Vivosaur selection here. The music is also probably I wouldn't say the weakest out of all the dig sites because of the one coming up, but it's not bad, of course. I don't think there's any like bad music in the whole series, but it's not nearly as like interesting or gripping as the rest of them. Yeah, I'd put Ice Grip Plateau here. Bonehemoth. Now this is really good conceptually. Like you are digging for fossils inside a gigantic whale that swallows you. Bonehemoth, I think I would put at the top of B tier. The Vivosaurs you can get here are also pretty cool from what I remember. You can get Sheelan, Sealanth, those are both really good. Aloro, Casmo. Aloro's not great, but oh well. Nycus, Dunkel, Plesio, and Godry. Mostly like aquatic themed ones, and then Aloro and Casmo were also there, and Nycus. But I am a big fan of the aquatic themed Vivosaurs, so at least top of B. What else goes on here? Story-wise, this place is kind of just a detour, where you get swallowed along with the BB Brigade. And then there's Robinson and Bolivar and Lord Tonzilla. Actually, I'm talking myself into moving it up. Actually, I think top of A tier. Although I will say the music, it might be a stretch, but it's definitely the weakest dig site theme in the series. That does matter a lot to me, actually. I'll move it back to B. I think B fits. B for Bonehemoth. Dusty Dunes. It's tough. I do think it's weaker than Parchment Desert. I think this is the first C tier from Champions. It's just not very interesting. This definitely feels like there was meant to be more going on here. There's no story that happens here. You find Professor Scatterly, actually, but I think that's it. The Vivosaurs here aren't super interesting. Of course, there's Guan and Argento as rare spawns, which drove me insane for years. S-Raptor's cool, Penta's cool, but other than that, it's not a great selection. The music is really good, though. I do really like the music. I'll say that, but I don't think it's going to save it from C tier. I was going to mention something. Oh, yes. There was actually found to be like a separate section for Dusty Dunes available where you could dig up a lot of the rare Vivosaurs that you really struggle to find otherwise. Which is very interesting. But unfortunately, you can't really get it without like cheating with your game. There was one for Treasure Lake too, but you don't have to cheat to get that. You can just you can do that old trick where you connect to like an old server. I forget what exactly it is. You do something with your DNS on your DS or 3DS, connect to a server, and you can get all the like DLC and stuff. And I guess that's included in it. But yeah, Dusty Dunes has one too, but it's inaccessible, which is unfortunate. I do wish, I don't know why they didn't ever release those. That would have been really nice. But anyways, moving on to Petrified Woods. This is another one with a really cool concept, I think. Petrified Woods. I would probably... I think below Mount Krakenak. This is story-wise. This is like a special dig site. You get access to at first, like one that isn't like fully ready to be open to the rest of the park yet. So you can go dig up a fossil, and then I think that's like the end of the story relevance for Petrified Woods. And the Vivosaurs here they're like neat, but nothing too crazy. Pachrino, Adafo are cool. Megath is cool. Perium's pretty cool. Jara, well, they're not bad actually, thinking about it. There is a section up on top of a giant log where you can find a bunch of birds and Shan. Weirdly, I don't know why he's there, but I think either way. Oh, I say either way, but I think Petrified Woods is like decent. The music here is good, but nothing too stand out. So I think below Mount Krakenak is fine. Actually, probably below Jungle Labyrinth. I don't think I'm giving Jungle Labyrinth enough credit here. Like the Stone Pyramid is a really cool area. But Petrified Woods doesn't really have a whole lot going on. The BB Brigade base. This is even less of a dig site than the BB base. Because it's literally just this outside area. BB base had a few different rooms where you could dig in. I think it might be F tier. Because it's so not really a dig site. Like it's mainly a story area with some fossils that you can incidentally find outside. Yeah, I think that's probably. Is that too harsh? I think that might be a little too harsh. I think I'll put it D tier, bottom of D tier. The music is really good. That's what's saving it. I really like the music here. What else can you find here? Oh, there are cool Vivosaurs, Tro, Carno, and that one, and Archeo as a rare spawn. Those are cool Vivosaurs. So I guess I'll change it or save it from D tier. And then last and least is Seabed Cavern. I don't know what they were thinking with this dig site. This is a place you go to in like the middle of the story once. You can go here once. Half the dig site is cut off because there's a cutscene trigger like down at the end of this little hallway. So you can't even access most of the fossils. You have to just keep leaving and coming back, because after you're done here, you can never come back. You can literally never come back to this area. It's kind of insane. I don't know what they were thinking. The music isn't super stellar either. It's cool conceptually, but yeah, I think this is probably the first and only F tier. I'm really not a big fan of Seabed Cavern. This was another place like Dusty Dunes and Treasure Lake that had like an extra little DLC area you could access. Well, I think it would just let you come back to this place after the story was done, but again, it was never released, so yeah, I just gotta go with F tier. Well, that will do it for the dig site tier list. Overall, I mean, I find it hard to hate anything in this game in general, but dig sites especially. Yeah, that'll do it, and now we'll be moving on to the music tier list. Okay, now we're on to the big one. The music tier list. There's 141 songs here between the first two games, the only two games. I don't know what I'm saying, the only two games, there's no more. All these thumbnails, or these images I use for them here are taken from the thumbnails of the Dina the Fossil Fighter YouTube channel. It's either Dina or Dinah, I'm not sure. I've never really figured it out. Yeah, it's from that YouTube channel. I'll probably have a link to their channel in the description so you can listen to these yourself. I'm gonna really try not to spend too much time dwelling on a lot of these because there's a lot to get through here. So let's get started with the Fossil Fighters theme, the main theme of the whole series. First thing you hear in the game, and I gotta say, it does its job of being a very memorable theme for the whole series. I think this is the thing you hear like remixed and referenced a lot in the other songs. It's probably the most out of anything. It's gotta be A tier. It's a brainworm, and that's good because it should be a brainworm. Welcome to Vivosaur Island. Is pretty good. Not very memorable, if I'm being honest. Probably high C tier, I'd have to say. It's not bad whatsoever. I'm gonna say right now there's gonna be very, very few things in D or F tier. But yeah, as is, or right now, C tier, I think. Top of C tier for Welcome to Vivosaur Island. And now we're into the battle themes. The basic, just regular battle theme for just fighting anyone without any other conditions or anything. Pretty good. Also an earworm. So I think high C to still. It's definitely one of the weaker battle themes, especially compared to the ones to the like the basic battle theme in Champions. But it's not bad whatsoever. But yeah, I think high, probably gonna be like the top of C tier. Versus Captain Travers and PBJ, there's not really any name for this one. This is basically the tutorial battle of the game. Even though there is another tutorial battle, this is like, I don't know how, maybe I'm just completely wrong. This is probably, I'd put it below. It's probably below Vivosaur Island too. It's really nothing special, if I'm being honest. But level up battle, very good. I think B tier. I think B tier works for now. I might change my mind later, but B tier for level up battle. Boss battle. Now, boss battle is not bad at all. I don't think it's not the greatest, because there's a few parts where it's a little ear piercing, if I'm being honest. But it's not bad. I think I like it more. Do I like it more? I think I like it more than the regular battle theme. It does feel like a more imposing, more threatening battle that you're going into. My problem with it is that they kind of reuse it a little too much. There's not much variety when it comes to like battles outside of like very few boss fights and the like level up battles and stuff. It's literally just these two that you hear. And boss battle does kind of get old after a while, but yeah, I think top of C tier is fine. Bulwark battle is very good. I think A tier for sure for Bulwark battle. It is a little repetitive with the guitar riff. It's not a bad guitar riff whatsoever. It's really good and very patchy. But I do think there are better battle themes. One of them being the final battle, or this is the fight against Sorehead. Specifically, the final rank up battle against Sorehead. And it really feels like a final battle. I think it's very fitting of the fight against Sorehead, because that fight is rough. And this definitely adds to the feeling of to the feeling of the challenge, I guess. I have such terrible words when it comes to describing music. I'm gonna be honest, but I just really wanted to do this anyways. I'm gonna try my best. Dino battle theme, absolute S tier. This is one of the best like final boss themes in any video game ever. Even it's not really the final boss, but as far as you're concerned at that point in the game, that is the final boss. I think Dino is probably more of a climactic final boss, and the battle theme here does wonders for that. It's so good. One thing about the first game that I definitely think it does better than Champions is the use of leitmotifs. Well, I do think I probably overall prefer Champions' music. The first game does a whole lot of a better job using leitmotifs. Like Dino's battle theme, you can tell is definitely takes from his encounter theme that you hear in the game, which definitely helps because his encounter theme is super imposing. You hear it a couple times where you actually fight him. But yeah, this theme is so climactic. It's epic. It is epic. And Ganash's theme doesn't quite reach that same level. I think it feels like you're fighting a giant space tadpole. With the horns, the trumpets, or whatever they are. Definitely help for like it feels like you're fighting something massive. Like that at least puts it at A tier. Though I do have to say, I don't know how I feel about the I think it's a xylophone. There's a xylophone at one point in the song that feels a little out of place for the actual final boss of the game. But either way, it's not bad. The tutorial battle, probably the first B tier. This is like a very short and very simple loop, and it's not particularly it's not particularly like catchy or interesting loop to listen to at all. But that'll do it for all the battle themes. The fossil cleaning theme. It's up here. This is one of the few Fossil Fighters themes that I've actually heard in like various YouTube videos and stuff. This is one that I've heard a few times pop up, and that makes me happy. And it makes sense because this is a very catchy little theme. I don't think I'd put it above the final battle, but I would put it above Bulwark at least. It's a very good theme, and it definitely helps with not this one, the Champions one more so, but it can add a little bit of stress and anxiety to the cleaning since you're on a time limit. Yeah, fossil cleaning is very good. After fossil cleaning, it's pretty simple, not too memorable, but it's not bad. It's definitely not on the level of the tutorial battle. I'd put it right there, bottom of C tier. Revival theme, also very simple. I'd probably put it like above here because it's just kind of a few notes being looped. Yeah, it's pretty boring. Now VMM is a banger, absolute banger. This is like the most chill, laid back, relaxed song. It's so nice while you're like editing your team or whatever. VMM is so great. I listened to that one quite a bit. Definitely up here. I think near the top of A tier. Multiplayer. I'm gonna be honest. I've never heard this theme before because I've never even done multiplayer in the first game. I'm gonna need to go listen to it real quick. Yeah, I mean it's pretty good. It's a shame you're probably never going to hear this. I would definitely put it B tier, probably below level up battle, but it's a pretty good little bop. Vivosaur Town, I think also B tier. It reminds me a lot of I don't know why. I might be imagining things. I don't know why. It kind of reminds me of Slateport City from Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire, but I like this more. Yeah, it's a great little like seaside town theme. Definitely feels like a seaside town. It's very catchy too, so I think right there in B tier. Before battle theme, like revival theme is a very short loop. I think it's better than the revival theme. Probably the best of the loops so far. but yeah, not super interesting. Okay, the big site themes now. Greenhorn Plains, straight up to S tier. It is so good. It's actually a pretty long loop, especially compared to a lot of other big sites. It takes a while for Greenhorn Plains to truly loop. There's a few parts that sound similar, but it does take a while. And Greenhorn Plains, I think, does a phenomenal job of feeling like you're exploring like a vast open plain with the bagpipes. I think they're bagpipes, and like the flutes and whatever. I'm terrible at recognizing instruments, but I am able to recognize that it does sound really good. So right up to S tier. Knotwood Forest isn't super interesting at all. I'd probably put it above after Fossil Cleaning. And then Dig-a-Dig Village is like the same song, but there's a little bit more added at the start. There's like a note or something, so I guess I'll put it like right above it. I don't know. They're both pretty mediocre. Dig-a-Dig-a-Mid is probably the first one that's like hardly a song at all. There's not even like a loop or anything. I think that would have to be F tier. Not very listenable, if you ask me. Rivet Ravine, up here for sure. I think probably. It's tough to say. I think at least it's gotta be it's like B or low A tier. I'm not sure what exactly. I really love Rivet Ravine's theme. I think I would put it at the top of B tier. I think that's where I'd put it. Very, very nice little song. Yeah, I'm not gonna try to add more I'm not gonna force myself to. Rivet Ravine, Tunnel also down here. This is even like less of a song, if I'm being real. Bottoms Up Bay does a great job of feeling like you're underwater. Probably C tier. I think probably top of C tier. It's not like too interesting, but not bad at all. Woolbeard Ship. I think it's better. I think I'd put it bottom of B. I think I still put it above the multiplayer theme, but yeah, it's a nice little tune. Mount Lava Flow. It sounds very imposing, like an active volcano probably should sound. But not something I really go out back and visit super often. Think about the Dig-a-Dig Village. BB Base. I need to remind myself of what that sounds like. Okay, yeah, I'd probably put it like just below Woolbeard Ship. It's kind of got a pretty similar vibe, I think. But yeah, I feel about the same towards both of them. Crashed Starship. This is a really cool one, I think. This has the leitmotif of both Dynal. Has Dynal's leitmotif. I know it has Duna's. I think it might have another one, but I might be mistaken too. Very fitting considering what goes on here. I think I had to say top of A tier so far, if I'm being honest. I love this. I love the Crash Starships theme. Yeah. Cold Peak Glacier. I think another B tier one. This is a lot more memorable in my opinion. I do think I'd put it below multiplayer though. But it's still pretty good. Parchment Desert, I think, is A tier. I love the desert sound of this. You'll find a lot of like desert themed tracks. I would probably put it bottom of A tier, but still really good. Fossil Stadium. Compared to, I guess, Champions doesn't really have a Fossil Stadium, it's all in one, but I think it has like a similar theme, and it's, I mean, it's good. I think I'd put it top of C tier. Actually, no, below, there, I think. It's like, it's okay. Starship, this is another one where it's barely a theme, but it does sound cool, at least. Relic Hotel, this is another one I've heard in a few YouTube videos every now and then, for good reason. It's pretty good. Put it below Vivosaur Town in B tier. Fossil Center, I think C tier probably. I think below Fossil Stadium. Fossil Guild, I mean, a lot of these just have like objectively better versions in Champions. That's kind of what's holding them back for me. But Fossil Guild, really the best out of like the different buildings so far. Fossil Guild is so good. The police theme, I think I'd put below the Fossil Guild. Richmond building, I would probably put at the bottom of. I think below Cold Glacier. It's pretty good. Rosie's theme is really good. I think below Ravine. Yeah, I really like Rosie's theme. Dr. Diggins' theme, not quite as good. It's not bad. I think below Boss Battle. And then his survival theme is mostly the same, but a little extra oomph at the beginning, so I'll rank it right above. The Junk Depot, pretty good. I would put it probably above the BB base. I think it's solid, very solid. The Chieftain's theme is A tier. It's so good. Where exactly though? I think below VMM, but it's such a banger, such a banger. BB Trio theme is S tier, S tier or like top of A tier. It's hard to say. This is so good. This is the biggest goon theme. This is the best goon theme in like anything ever. It's got everything: jazz, whistling. It just needs like a rhythmic snapping of the fingers. It's all it's missing. I do think I'd put it top of A tier, but it might go up there eventually. I might change my mind. Woolbeard's theme, pretty forgettable in terms of character themes, if I'm being honest. Below C tier probably. I think below Mount Lava Flow. Duna's theme. This is not only my favorite theme in Fossil Fighters, not only my favorite theme in the franchise, but this is probably my favorite piece of video game music ever, between anything I've ever played and heard. It is so good, and I don't know, the theme is just very special to me. When I hear it, I can't help but think about like playing this game as a kid and just having a lot of fun, no worries in the world. It's a very melancholic theme, and I love it a lot. It's very special theme to me. That's part of why, a pretty good part of why Duna ranks so high, and ranked at the very top in the character tier list. A lot of that was from her theme, because it's just so good. McJunker's theme is kind of a slower version of the Junk Depot theme. Or maybe the Junk Depot theme is a faster version of McJunker's theme. Who knows? But it's kind of forgettable still. Not bad. I think I'd put it above or below Welcome to Vivosaur Island. The tutorial theme is a pretty short loop. Not bad, but I think below the Before Battle theme. Sorehead's theme. The guitar in this is awesome. I do think I remember it being a kind of a short loop, but what is there is pretty dang good. I think below the level up battle of Vivosaur Town. Knick-Knack theme straight to A tier. It's so good, even though it's so short. It's really short, but it's such a goofy little theme, and it fits Knick-Knack so well. I think I'd put it below Ganesh's theme, above VMM. Knick-Knack's, it's so good. Pre-Ganesh, there's a lot of these, like, kind of situational, I guess, themes that I kind of end up forgetting a lot. Pre-Ganesh is one of them. It's not bad, but yeah, very forgettable. I think I'll put it above Mount Lava Flow. Make sure I'm remembering this right. Listen to it again. Okay, listening to it again, actually, I'd put it, like, probably at the very bottom of C tier. Yeah, there's just not really much going on there. BB Occupation, need to give this one another listen. Okay, yeah, this is probably gonna go... Right, I'll put it above Pre-Ganesh. It's a pretty simple song. It's nothing too great, but I can't put it quite in D tier. Warehouse Meeting, I do remember this one. This is like a very slower version of the BB Trios theme, which I already liked that quite a bit. I think I prefer the more fast-paced one, but this is still solid. I think I'd put it at the top of C tier. Dynal Appearance. This does a phenomenal job of hyping up Dynal. I think probably A tier, somewhere here. I think I'd put it above or below Fossil Cleaning. That's a tough one. I think I'll put it above it for now. Might change my mind, but yeah, Dynal's theme is so good. And then when it gets reused in Dynal's battle, it's awesome. The Idle Comp theme, I need to give this one another listen. I remember it being pretty good, but just to remind myself. Okay. So the theme is kind of repetitive, but I do think it's pretty good, especially for what's going on while it is playing. I'll probably put it above the regular battle theme. It's got like a very magical feel to it, which is pretty good. Scenario 1 is like the basic victory theme. I feel like you hear this quite a bit. Like it's memorable, but other than that, I'd probably put it there. Scenario 2, it plays before you go fight Dynal. Let me give this one another listen. Oh yeah, it plays before you fight Dynal and Ganesh, and this does a much better job than pre-Ganesh, I feel like. It definitely does a pretty good job of hyping you up to go fight those two like major fights. I think bottom of B tier. Scenario 3 is like the sad theme, and it does a pretty good job of that. If I'm being honest, like there's like a surprising amount of emotion in this song. I think above Sorehead's theme. The Scenario 3 pretty good. This one I need to listen to again. Okay, this one. This is like the danger theme. And yeah, it sounds like you're in quite a bit of danger here. I put it between the police theme and the Fossil Stadium, probably. Just not something I would really go back and listen to as much as the stuff above it, but it does its job pretty well. Scenario 5. This is like the last thing you hear in the game. It's takes a bit from the main theme, the main Fossil Fighters theme. It's pretty good, although it's a little similar to this. It's hard. It is fairly forgettable in my opinion. But it isn't bad at all, and I feel like you really barely hear it. I'll put it above scenario 1. And the last scenario theme, number 6, need to give this another listen. Okay, this is another one of those really short loops, so it's just gonna go here. I'll put it about the tutorial theme, I guess. Yeah. In the last 3, Rosie Date. It's actually split up into a bunch of smaller themes, but all have different parts of her like character theme, and it's pretty good. It's pretty good. I'd probably put it just below the Richmond building, I think. Yeah. I think splitting the song up into a bunch of smaller parts, all with completely different feels to the original, very, very good choice. Doing a Date, this is kind of a, not rehash, but it's got like the leitmotif of Duna's theme, so that immediately is going to get it up here. I think I'll put it below Ganesh. I don't like it quite as much as the original, but yeah. And the last theme for the first game, credits. I really like the credits theme here because it's the leitmotif of a lot of songs throughout the game. I know they got the BB Brigade. I think you got Bulwark. You got Duna or Rosie, depending on which one you take with you. Good to Ganesh, Richmond Building. It's got a lot of different stuff in there, and I think it's really, really good. I'd put it about scenario 3. Yeah, the credits theme for the first game is great. So now moving on to champions. The Fossil Hunter remix was basically the main theme for this game when you hear on the main menu. I'd say I think it's better than the original, but it's not by a whole lot. I love both of them. Both are very, very good. To Cagliostro Islands, give this one another listen again. Right, I remember now. Yeah, this is B tier. This is pretty good. It does a great job of hyping you up to get to Cagliostro Islands. I'll probably put it below Vivosaur Town, but it is very good. Very, very good. And the Cagliostro Cup, need to listen to this one again. Okay. Yeah, it's forgettable for sure. I mean, it only plays for like one cutscene in the game, if I remember right. So yeah, I'll put it above the Dig a Dig Village below Woolbeard. It's not bad at all, but not something memorable. These two are like mostly the same. This one has a bit more at the beginning, at the beginning of the beginning, which is pretty good. It reminds me a lot of like Ruby and Sapphire. It reminds me of that sound font a lot. I'd probably I think below the no, above that, below the Fossil Guild theme, and then this is just go right below it. They're both decent. These are out of order a little bit, but I think that's fine. Now we're on to the battle themes, and this is just like the basic battle theme. Here we go. Compared to the first game's battle theme, that's not bad, but Here We Go is such an improvement. Such an improvement. This thing is an absolute earworm. I think I'll put it below the credits theme for the first game, but still, still very, very good. Tremolo Hunter, this is what plays for the BB Brigade, and this is why I said I wanted like a more wide variety of themes for the first game, because the like different boss themes that we have here are so good. Tremolo Hunter is S tier, absolute S tier. It is so good. It's so catchy. It's so fitting of the BB Brigade. It sounds like you're fighting a bunch of skeleton dinosaurs. I don't know how you managed to make music that sounds like you're fighting skeleton dinosaurs, but that's what Tremolo Hunter is. Absolutely phenomenal. Battleitude. This is kind of like the basic, like, generic boss theme of this game, but it doesn't play super often. It plays, like, 4 or 5 times, I think, throughout the game. Around there, I think, but can't exactly remember. But yeah, it's really good. This is A tier. I think below Crash Starship. This is an absolute bop of a song. Certain Evolution. This is basically it's akin to the Sorehead battle of this game, like the final of the tournament battles. It's hard to. I don't know if I like it more or less than that one. I feel about similar. I think I'd put it just below, in my personal opinion. I think I prefer the final battle of the first game a little bit more. But Gold Fossil Fighter, this is definitely better than the basic level up battle for the first game. This was, as a kid, I remember even back then loving this song. This was my favorite back then. I don't think it is anymore, but yeah, I got a lot of personal attachment to this one too, so it definitely gives it a few points. I think I'll put it at the top of A tier. I love Gold Fossil Fighter. From Beyond the Horizon, this is Don Boneyard's theme. It's definitely better than Bulwarts, so that's the best comparison there. Better than Bulwarts. I think I would put it in between Certain Evolution and the Sorehead battle. Yeah, it's really good, but I think there's definitely better in this game. For instance, when Dark Sparks Fly, this plays for one battle at the end of the game, the penultimate battle, which is a shame. I really wish you got to hear more of this song, because it is so good. I think this might be another A tier, another one to go at the very top of A tier. Like, it's so chaotic and it's so fitting of what's happening at that point in the game, fighting a bunch of zombie Vivosaurs. Category 6, Zonga Zonga's theme. This is most comparable to Ganache, I feel like. These two have very different approaches to, like, the final boss theme. Ganache is much more chaotic and loud and in your face, and Zonga Zonga's theme with Category 6 is much more imposing. It's tough to say where I would put it exactly. I think I'd probably rank it like low A tier. It's not bad at all, but also cleaning. But I think a lot of this other stuff here is much more memorable, I guess. Not that this isn't memorable, but you know. Luna's theme from Fossil Fighters Champions in the DLC. Well, I mean, it's mostly the same theme. I do prefer the original a little more, because I think the main instrument they use in this one's a little strange, but it's still really good. And then next would be this, because it's out of order a little bit. But Dino and Champions. Weirdly, it's hard to describe. I don't know why. I think, and this is literally the exact same theme, but this is just a little more. Oh, what's the word? Bitrate. It's got a bit more bitrate on the song. And it's hard to describe it. I think I prefer the, like, crustiness of the original. I don't know why, but I mean, it's mostly the same song, so it's just going up there too. Demonstration. This is the tutorial battle theme for Champions, and compared to the first game, this is This is like amazing. I'll put it above the Cagliostro Islands. This is really, really good. It's much more than just a very short loop this time around, at least, which is a very big improvement. The tutorial theme for champions, let me refresh myself real quick. Yes, I know, this is what I was thinking of. Again, big improvement over the first game. It's like an actual song instead of a loop. And it's a pretty good song, too. I think I'd put it below Woolbeard's ship. Actually, no, below the Junk Depot. Below the UV base. Below Scenario 2, actually. I'm gonna put it in. I think C tier is fine. Above the Idle Comp theme. I think that's fair. Oh, Breakthrough March. This is the last battle theme. I guess this got out of order quite a bit. S tier. Easy S tier. This is so fitting of the three battles where it plays, where you're fighting your friends. It's like a very reluctant battle. There's some that you're like forced to. And Zonga is also there, but it's still very fitting. It sounds like a very like antagonistic song, I guess. I struggle to put it into words, but it's really, really good. Now, the fossil cleaning of champions, very different to the one of the first game. I think the first game is probably more iconic, but this one definitely has a lot more anxiety built into it. I think as the song gets to the end, you really start to feel it filled up. I think both of them are pretty equal. I do think I prefer Champions, as though it's a bit more catchy. After Cleaning is kind of this. It's kind of the same, but just like a lot of the stuff removed and a very short loop. It's probably the top of everything down here, of all the loops. But, yeah. A Curious Fossil Rock. This is probably C tier. It's not super memorable at all, in my opinion. There's like barely any melody or anything here. I'd put it below Woolbeard's theme. Same for Giant Fossil Rock. They're very similar to me. Now, the Wondrous and Miraculous Fossil Cleaning, that is nerve-wracking. It's kind of just the basic one, but kind of like sped up and pitched up a little bit. So it's not yeah, it doesn't sound as good. It would be something I'd go and listen to like on its own or anything. It's very, very specific to what happens in the game. Probably C tier. But definitely above the Curious and Giant Fossil Rock themes. So with the tutorial theme. It's pretty good. Before battle... Oh, the champion version. Let me listen to this real quick. Right, yes, I remember now. It's still a pretty short loop from what it was in the first game, but it is a bit more of like an actual song now. And it is pretty good. I would probably put it above Welcome to Vivosaur Island. It's very solid. The Super Revival choosing screen. Let me refresh myself on this one too. Okay, so this is kind of just the one I just put down, the before battle theme, but a little more tense as you're trying to like make a decision of who to give like this special fossil rock to. I think I put it below. I think I prefer the original a little more. The local play screen, oh boy. Okay, so this takes a lot from the main theme. Yeah, you're probably barely ever gonna hear this anywhere nowadays. I put it above, still probably below Woolbeard. it's a big filter, I'm noticing. The VMM Champions. This is a very, very big tonal shift from the VMM in the first game. That one was more chill, and this one is more of a very bouncy, very, very earwormy song. I don't like it as much, but it's still really good. Like probably top of B tier. It's still really good. Revival Champions, this is another pretty short loop. I feel about equal towards both of them, so. The Rank Up and Super Revival theme is pretty good, but also pretty short from what I remember. Let me check and make sure. Yeah, this is a really short loop. This is probably top of D tier, but yeah. A multiplayer theme from Champions. Also probably never gonna hear this. Let me remind myself. Yeah, it's like pretty good. I think below off the beginning too. Like it's decent. And then after multiplayer battle, this is pretty short from what I remember. Yeah, this is another pretty short loop. I'd put it below the before battle theme of the first game. And now we're on to all the different like location themes. Starting with Pistachio March, theme of Ribular Town, pretty dang good. Put it below Rosy Date from the first game. Desert Two-Step would be next. And this is really good, another desert-based theme. I think bottom of A tier. Really good. I don't think I like it quite as much as Parchment Desert, but it's still very, very nice. Raspberry Bell, the weakest of like the main like town themes. I don't know what else to call them. Not really towns, but still not bad at all. I think just below Pistachio March. Determined Signal, the Fossil Cannon theme. For this like really small part of the game, they went really hard on the theme for like no reason at all. I'd probably put it just above Sorehead's theme. It's really good. Sleepy Robin, Treasure Lake's theme. I might be crazy, but I feel like there's a lot similar between this and Dr. Diggins' theme from the first game. But I might be losing my mind. I don't know. But either way, it's really good. I think below the Richmond building. Monkey Mosh, the Jungle Labyrinth theme, probably the weakest dig side theme so far. I think I put it at the top of C tier. It's not bad at all, but compared to a lot of the other ones, it's not super memorable. The Majestic Land, Mount Krakenak. Probably top of B tier, I think above Rivet Ravine. It's really good. I mentioned before, it sounds like a Pokemon Victory Road theme. It's really nice. Blue Sky Kana? I think it's Kana. Blue Sky Kana. I might be saying it wrong, but I'm not sure. This is amazing. I mentioned it with Greenhorn Plains. I did a really good job of feeling like you're exploring a vast open world. Blue Sky Kana takes that and brings it to like a whole nother level. Like it's easily the best dig site theme in this series. It's so good. Like the sense of like adventure and wonder that you get from this theme, compared to anything else, it's unrivaled. Absolutely unrivaled. The Barebones Grotto is a very short loop, and there's an objectively better theme later on. So I'm just gonna put it below the revival themes. A Night at the Circus, another. It's tough. I think it's just missing out on S tier. I'd put it just below When Dark Sparks Fly. the use of like steam sound effects alternating from left to right, the mimic the steam vents, the hot springs in the dig site itself is so good. I don't think there's like any other dig site theme that does something like that. And then the theme itself is also a banger. I don't know why it's like circus themed, but it's really good, so I'm not gonna complain. In Your Hands. Probably the weakest theme so far. It's probably D tier. It's not even like a loop or anything. It's just there's hardly. I'm trying to think. I can't really remember any kind of melody or anything in this one. Like it's not. I wouldn't say it's bad still. Like it's definitely top of D tier, but yeah. And Inside the Bone Behemoth is another one of these where it's hardly music at all. I'll put it above Starship. There's like a few notes every now and then that play. Nomadic Camels, the Dusty Dunes theme. I think I like it more than Parchment Desert for sure. I think I'll put it just below Category 6. It's really, really good. Definitely the best of the desert themes. I think it feels like the most deserty desert theme here. But Parchment Desert is also pretty close. Feel the Sky, Petrified Woods' theme. It's not super memorable. Probably like middle of C tier in my opinion. I think below the Fossil Guild theme. Coming Clean. This is the like actual theme version of Barebones Grotto, much more expanded upon, and it's pretty good. And it's got the snapping that I said would be great in the BB Trio theme, so another big goon theme. I think I'd put it just below Cold Peak Glacier. Tragic Serenade, the Stone Pyramid theme. Again, not super memorable, but not bad either. Probably... I think below the Fossil Center theme of the first game. Midnight Carnival. This isn't like really super fitting as Zonga's Castle, if you ask me. I know this theme. I'm pretty sure this theme only plays in the post game, but even still, like where it's been turned into like an attraction. So I guess it does fit. I guess it does fit actually, thinking about it. I'd probably put it below Dr. Dickens' theme. The Fighter Station. This is A tier for sure. It's so good. Such a nice little relaxing theme. This sounds like you're in like the lobby of a hotel or something, even if it's not really a hotel. I think I'd put it just below Dynal Appearance. It's really, really good. Before Cup Battle, this plays in like this plays in the Fighter Station before, for a Cup Battle. This is really good too. I think below Demonstration is fair. Polka Dot Ribbon. This is the Champions version of the Fossil Guild theme from the first game, but it's a huge improvement. This is A tier. I think below Parchment Desert. Actually, no, above Parchment Desert. Yeah, really good theme. Chocolate Swap. This is the museum theme. I'm gonna be honest, I don't think I like ever go into the museum. But the theme itself is it's decent. I think I'd put it below the police theme. Future Remix. This is Joe Wild West Sweet theme. This is pretty dang good. I'd probably put it below the Richmond building. They're very similar concept-wise, but I think I prefer the way this one sounds a little more. Cool Rising and Rupert's theme. Let me listen to this to get a little bit of a reminder. Yeah, this is pretty good. I think I'd probably put it just below Rosie's theme. I think I like her theme a little bit more, but this is very, very catchy. Rabbit Chase, I do remember this one. I think I'd probably put just between the two. Pauline's theme, really dang good too. It's very, very unique theme. I don't know how they get like the perfect names for these songs, man. Rabbit Chase, the song sounds like a rabbit chase. Doing It My Way, Professor Scatterly's theme. Very fitting of the character. It sounds, the theme sounds clumsy. I think I'd put it below Midnight Carnival. It's C tier. Nostalgic, that, fitting of Don Boneyard, very, foreboding theme. I would put just below Future Remix, I think. Pretty good. Sneak Over. I'm missing this again. This is really good. This is most equivalent to the BB Bandit scene from the first game. I don't think it's super close to them, but yeah, this is still very, very nice. I think below VMM from Champions. Pretty good theme. Majestic P, this is interesting name for a song, but let me listen to it again. Okay, yeah, this is pretty forgettable. I'm gonna put it above the Kaleo Steel Cup at least, but yeah, it's not a whole lot there. And this one, compared to the first game, his theme in the first game, this is a downgrade and a half. Put it below, above Knotwood Forest. It's not that bad, but it's not nearly as big of a groove as it is in the first game. Special Z, however, this is S tier. This is so good. How do I describe it, dude? This fits Zonga Zonga so well. This is like a perfect song to be playing during that twist. I think it adds a whole lot onto it, and the song itself is a bop too. Amazing song. Heroic theme, and listen to this again. Right, yes, I remember. Yeah, I mean, it's a heroic theme for sure. Compared to the one in the second game, I think it's in the first game. Sorry, compared to the one in the first game, I think I prefer that one a little bit more, but that one is still pretty good. Happy theme, they use this a lot in Champions. I'll put it above the tutorial, but yeah. I think it's not a bad theme at all, but I think just how often they use it kind of sours it a little bit for me. Mystery theme. This reminds me a lot of the spy theme from Team Fortress 2. I'll put it below the police theme. Conflict theme, I remember this one a lot. I think I'll put it at the very bottom, B tier. It's decent. Hijinks theme. I feel like you don't hear this very often. But yeah, it's very just like a clumsy, clumsy song. Some of the plays where it's nothing serious is going on. I'd probably put it above Tragic Serenade. The Danger theme, this is really good. Probably A tier. Maybe bottom of A tier, but it's really good. It does a great job of really setting the tone of danger, believe it or not. The Danger theme sets the tone for danger. Yeah, very nice. And great Danger theme. I feel like it doesn't do as good of a job, if I'm being honest. It does sound like Greater Danger, but I feel like the Danger theme has just a bit more going on with it. That really makes it memorable, in my opinion. I'd probably put this just below Demonstration. The emotion theme, let me listen to this again real quick. Okay, so this is most comparable to the Scenario 3 theme from the first game. I feel like that one does a little bit more to feel more emotional, I guess. This one doesn't do a bad job whatsoever, but I'd probably put it below Relic Hotel. It's still pretty good. Clear Skies Tomorrow. This plays like once in the game, I think. It's not bad, but not. I won't say it isn't memorable. I do remember it. I can like picture it in my head right now. I'd probably put it below Warehouse Meeting. It's still pretty good though. Camping theme. I'd probably say just above Scenario 4, below Chocolate Soiree. I don't have too much to say about it. It's just it's good. Victory. You need to listen to this one again. This plays once in the game. Okay, yes, I remember now. I don't know if it does play once in the game. It might play more than that. Maybe it's the happy theme's probably the best way. I'd probably put it below Midnight Carnival. It's decent. Jaunty Walk. This is like one of the few examples of champions using leitmotifs, because there's a bit of Future remixed in here, which is just Joe's theme, Joe Wild West. Because this is where he gets revealed to be Don Boneyard, and the whole thing's explained. This is a pretty memorable one. I think I'll put it just above the heroic theme. Yeah, pretty good. The Brave Boy. This is one I always remembered liking from Champions as a kid. Probably definitely above Fighter Station. I think below Dino Appearance. The Brave Boy is really good. I think it really fits Todd's character and that whole moment in the game. I'm a big fan. Rise of the Zombiesaurs. You hear about maybe 4 seconds of this in the game. This plays for like one cutscene or something, something like that. I can't really remember exactly. But yeah, it's not a bad theme at all either. But it's just so short. You just don't really hear it. I think that's the problem. I'll put it below Feel the Sky. It's not bad, but you just don't really hear it. The credits for Champions. Pretty good, but I don't think it holds a candle to the one from the first game. I'll put it below the heroic theme above Conflict, but yeah. It's alright. It does its job, but I don't think it's nearly as memorable as credits. And last but not least, the Wi-Fi battle. I think this is the Wi-Fi battle, at least. In a playlist on the original video, the title is Unused Music File, but judging by what people have been saying in the comments, I think I'm pretty sure it's just the theme for Wi-Fi battles. And it's pretty good. It's pretty dang good. I'd probably put it. I think just above Demonstration. It's pretty good. And yeah, that'll do it with the music tier list. Overall, I wouldn't take C tier being this big too badly, because C tier for Fossil Fighter standards is still really good. I don't think there's any like bad songs in this series. That just means that stuff in the higher tiers is like really something special. Yeah, I love the music for this game, for both of these games, and yeah, that'll do it. And now we're moving on to a very special tier list. Okay, this probably seems a little ridiculous, but I just wanted to have a fun little tier list at the end here. This is going to be ranking every type of fossil rock that you can dig up and clean. Not much else to say. We just get started with this one. These don't really have names, I don't think. Oops, this one. This one isn't annoying at all. It's pretty small compared to like the standard, I feel, size of a fossil rock. I'm pretty sure it usually has a buster point like around right there. Some of them do, at least, or most of them. I'm pretty sure. I think there's consistent buster points. I might be wrong though. Yeah, the things that usually are very easy. Though this little thin part here can be a bit of a problem with the hammer if you're not careful. Yeah, usually you're pretty happy to see this one. This one can be fairly annoying, but for the most part, it's not that bad. I'd probably say B tier. It's alright. It's alright. This is like, I feel like the most iconic fossil rock. When I think of fossil rocks in Fossil Fighters, this is the one that always pops into my mind. It's pretty good. This one sucks. It's so annoying. Yeah, that's about all I have to say. This is a really annoying fossil rock to work around. Not the worst, by any means. It's not the worst, but it ain't fun either. This one, I think, is like C tier. Like this little pattern in the middle either does nothing or everything at the same time. It's not the worst. This one, which one do I like less? These are both annoying as all hell. I think the circle one is a little worse because there's just more open space where you can damage the fossil. Yeah, not a big fan. And this one, this is the worst fossil in the game. It is obnoxious, so unbelievably obnoxious to deal with. Unless you've got like a brittle fossil rock where you can just use the drill. This thing is miserable. This is speaking from experience, because last year I mentioned it earlier, but I tried to get 100 points on every single fossil rock in the game during a playthrough. And yeah, this was the worst one by far. This one, I think, is probably C tier. Thinking about, I think it's not under this one, up to B. I think top of B. This one isn't that bad. This one is C tier. Very, very fitting of the C tier. Because man, sometimes these aren't that bad, but sometimes they also are. I don't think these things like ever have buster points either, but I might be misremembering. They might. But yeah, not very fun to play around. This one also sucks. It's not nearly as bad as this, but yeah, this is awful. Not a fun fossil rock to clean at all. This one is always a treat because these small ones are just so easy to clean. I think would I put it? I think I would put it A tier. Actually, yeah, or S tier. It's definitely S tier. This one, have to say, I think this is B tier. I think below this thing. Also, I'm gonna move this to C tier because it being split in half is it can be kind of annoying. This one is fine. There's usually a buster point I remember being like around there somewhere, which makes it pretty good. Speaking of buster points, this one looks like it kind of annoying just at first glance, but there is pretty much always a buster point right there, and that really helps cleaning the fossils. I always find these really satisfying to clean. I think I'll put them, I think top of A tier. I can't quite do S tier because sometimes they can be a little annoying. This one also, ugh, I think either bottom of B or top of C. The big circle in the middle isn't like the worst thing ever, but it's also annoying to play around. Huff Hall, I think I'd put it at the top of C. This one is pretty easy. I think I put it there. It's not quite like as iconic as this one though, so I can't quite give it a S tier. This one I can, however. I think right up there. These two are like the like most recognizable fossil rocks. I feel like. Usually they're also what jewel rocks are in. Usually this, but sometimes you can find even this. This one, the like, I don't know, claw mark. I feel like it's very similar to this, but a bit more annoying. I can't ever remember a buster point being on this. But yeah, I think there is fair. This one like split, not quite down the middle, but like a little swerve. Either bottom of B or top of C. You can get buster points on these ones. I do remember that, and those a lot of the time just completely get rid of one side. I think they're bottom of B. They're not too bad, usually. This one is also always a treat because these two are always so easy just because they're so small. I think I like this one a little more, like the little long shape, a little more than this one. Now onto the special fossil rocks, curious fossil rocks, which I think all have the same shape. I might be mistaken though, but. These ones, the curious fossil rocks, they're pretty fun, but they can also be really annoying if you mess up and have to restart. There's quite a bit of progress down, but not nearly as much as the giant fossil rocks, which we'll get to in a minute. I'd probably put it at the top of B. I think that's fair. And the like square giant fossil rock, this is for like Peloro, Ceros, Metri, all kinds of different ones. This is the most annoying one by far, and definitely D tier. The really long one, this is for like Tophus and I think maybe Vendamentantstrel, but I can't remember, it might not be. This one's not nearly as bad, but it's a lot of progress down if you mess up. And this one's for like Sealanth and Dunkel. Feel about the same. So I guess right there. Wondrous fossil rocks. It's a very interesting shape they chose for this. But either way, I think A tier. Being able to power up your Vivosaurs, and I really like the color palette change that they all get. I think I really like that about the Wondrous fossil rocks, and also guaranteed to be brittle, so you can just use a drill, and it's a pretty quick cleaning. Definitely gives it some points. Same for the Miraculous fossil rock, but I think this probably goes S tier. Super evolvers are really cool. The oil way you can get them, or you can just power up like all the stats of any Vivosaur that doesn't have a super evolver. This is more like hyper focus. This will give more more specialized boost to like a single stat. This is more like a general boost across the board. But yeah, that'll do it for the fossil tier list. That'll do it overall for the video. This is really fun to make. Yeah, I think I've probably made my point by now how much I love this game and this series. It really means a lot to me. But here is hoping, praying to God that someday in the future we see some kind of revival for this series. That's one of my biggest hopes in life. The revival of Fossil Fighters. It needs it. The world needs it. I need it. But that'll do it for this video, and I'll see you in the next one.